we didn't qualify for our first Duo Cash Cup.
Did you book a flight home early, maybe?
Nah.
What's up, everyone? My name is Levin2K, and today I am joined in the lobby by a real OG of the Fortnite scene, the one and only Worthy. Worthy, man, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you.
You too, man.
I'm excited today because I feel like, you've been around for so long. I have to start off by asking you, the big news, obviously, this major when it comes to you has been you've moved to NA this season, right? You're playing Major 3 in NA. Talk to me about what it's been like moving to NA.
It's my first time actually being in America, so it's like very different like experience compared to Australia. We did not expect like the difference in the playing field. Like it was very different. So like we didn't qualify for our first Duo Cash Cup.
Did you book a flight home early, maybe?
It was bad. It was bad. Just sad, like sad vibes. Like it was terrible. We played like very passive. Like, we changed out like our whole play style. So, but we didn't qual. So we learned that like, no, we should not be playing like this. We need to play more confident. And then next week we came back, we qualled. It was good.
But it's good that you didn't let that affect you too negatively, right? Like you sort of kept it moving, kept pushing. So I know you guys have been thinking about moving for a while. What was it that actually gave you that final like push to move over to NA? Like what fueled that decision for you guys?
It was just the idea of that we want to do good at globals. Last year we didn't do that good at globals, but this year like we want to prep properly and actually like put in the effort, and then hopefully that effort shows with a good globals placement.
Is there like one thing in game that's been like the biggest thing you've had to like overcome, like one lesson that you've really learned, maybe like Surge, or when it comes to like fighting teams in a certain way? Like what's been like the biggest thing that's been like super different to OCU?
One of the biggest things is that like every team I fight in NA, it's gonna be a good team.
Yeah,
like it's gonna be a top team. You don't get any freebies. So
I gotta ask you, right, when it comes to you and Alex as a duo, what do you think makes you guys stand out, right? What is the key, strength you guys have as a duo that's going to help you in NA?
I feel like it's just working together and just knowing our roles. Alex is a very aggressive player, and I try my best to support him in the best way I can, which I feel like which makes us so good. It's just how good we like work together.
Worthy, I gotta ask you, where can the people find you on social media if they want to show you some love, show you some support?
If you do want to show some love, my Twitter is Worthy27_ on Twitter.
Appreciate you hanging out with me, broski. It's been fun. This has been In the Lobby with Worthy. We'll catch you on the next one.
Thank you.
Today, we crown champions. Today, one duo will take hold of the Axe of Champions and cement themselves in FNCS history. Not only that, but there's also 10 spots going to the FNCS Global Championships in September. And on top of that, a 1.5 times multiplier on points that could look to shake up this leaderboard and this day in ways we are not prepared for. Welcome to the FNCS here in NA. Let's bring in your analysts. It's Vivid, it's Kelly. My friends, day number 2, the FNCS Grand Finals is about to kick off. I've got to know first, how are you guys doing?
Oh, I mean, Zeke, you kind of teed that up perfectly. Like you mentioned, today is all about crowning a champion. The first day was absolutely awesome. I don't think anybody was upset with how any of the action ended up getting broken down here. But yeah, Zeke, let's go ahead and actually break down the standings. How did day 1 actually go?
That's right, man. I mean, day 1 was wild. And if we just start to take a look at this leaderboard together, Clix and Veno currently leading the pack in that number 1 spot. Peterbot, Poyo right on their heels, and just behind them, Baka and Pars. You know, Vivid, when we're kind of put in this situation with a 1.5 times multiplier, we even saw it in EU and we've seen it in the past. You never know what could happen.
I mean, yeah, crazy stuff going on, but why don't we go ahead and jump into the thick of it here, Zeke? I mean, we've got Clix and Veno looking primed up to actually win this FNCS. Everybody's been questioning on the timeline and streams and everything like that. Like, is this actually Clix's time to win an FNCS? Is Veno coming over to NA and then pairing up going to be the difference? Excited to see if they can kind of make it happen today.
I think I was so excited as well that I broke my internet, but I think I am back and ready for the fray. And honestly, for me, it's all about the storylines. I love having this storyline of Clix and Veno. Veno literally moving from EU, stating, I want to get Clix his first win. And after yesterday's performance, we can see just how strong this duo is when everything goes their way. So quickly, we have a bit of a graphic to show you guys, because a lot of the dialogue right now is Veno is just carrying Clix. And if we look at the numbers, Vivid, that kind of looks like it's the case.
I mean, if you look at the eliminations and damage out, you're like, yeah, what the heck's going on? Veno came over here and was like, yeah, sure, Clix, I'll go ahead and carry you to an FNCS. But no, that's not the case, right? We can't provide you all the numbers, but I can kind of speak to them a little bit. Obviously, Clix and Veno, very active in the first 7 zones of the game. But whenever they actually found themselves in a fight, the opening shot between those, teams exchanging with Clix and Veno, Clix was actually the player landing the opening shot on the opposing team 64% of the time in their fights. Clix did such a good job at actually setting Veno up to find all those eliminations, all of those, all the damage that they kind of needed. But that's not even like the only reason why they work so well together, Kelly.
Oh my gosh. It's, everyone's saying that Veno's carrying Clix, but if you actually look at the entire time they spent playing yesterday, which was 2 hours and 31 minutes, they were only a solo collectively for 71 seconds of the game. And I think that's because Clix is like Veno's shadow. He follows him so well. And I want to look at 2 games that we got to see yesterday that really exemplifies just how complementary Clix is to Veno. So starting off with game number 4, we see a pretty standard strategy coming out of them, and that's splitting for one person going for Forecast Tower, the other one going for Storm Surge tags. Veno, though, going for the tags, doesn't notice Shore and Zypha creeping up on him here. He gets damaged, runs away, and Clix, while going for the tower, fizz pads to him, providing much needed defense, even just firing out a few shots that don't connect, and actually is able to save Veno here, giving him some heals and some mats, returns back to the Forecast Tower and eliminates the NPC all within 45 seconds. It's just, they only got 12th place in that game, but Clix was gassing up Veno, who seemed so disappointed and so down, and it actually kind of turned Veno around, which leads us into game 5. And I think you guys know exactly what game I'm talking about from Veno. So let's start with the beginning. Another pretty common strategy for Veno is to EMP the vending machine to get gold. With this gold, he's able to turn around and use it to buy a purple gatekeeper that is already equipped with a drum mag. Earlier on in the game, Veno noticed that there was two teams fighting each other and goes for the third party. Clix, again, his shadow right behind Veno, following his every move, netting them 2 early eliminations. Once again, they go back for the Forecast Tower, and then rotating into zone, they get, I kid you not, simultaneous shots. You can't even tell. Luckily, Veno was able to get the final shot there onto Pars, and then here, this 1v2 into the box to be able to take down Bryce and Bolt was actually initiated by Clix. Clix was able to distract the duo. Veno wrapped around, jumped into their box, and was able to get the 1v2. And you see here at the end, Clix has 0 eliminations, is down, while Veno ends it with 8. And, Veno and even BloodX was kind of like, teasing Clix a little bit. But Clix, we asked at the start of the show yesterday, what Clix and Veno are we going to get? And Clix was the most positive, exuded just such positive vibes that I really think that's actually a big factor into why they're in first place.
I like to see it. I want this to be the story, right, Kelly? I want this to be Clix getting him that first FNCS championship title. We all want to see that. As we continue this conversation, though, we wanted to highlight some of the other duos there. Peterbot and Pollo, man, they are just lurking. They are waiting for Clix and Veno to just slip up a single time right behind them in terms of points, just like 20 behind. Vivid, this is a scary duo. When have we not been talking about this duo?
And this is kind of like another one of those duos, right, where the eliminations are individually very, very heavy. I mean, Peterbot himself has 19, Pollo only has 5. But I wanted to kind of point out an interesting stat here. It's like, yeah, Peterbot has all of these eliminations for sure. But obviously, one of the most important things when we talk about Fortnite competitive is going to be Storm Surge. So if we have a break down their damage before Zone 6, I mean, Peterbot and Pollo, very, very even over the course of the first 6 games of this grand finals. But then it's like before Zone 7, like when we start to actually get into the later parts of the game, Peterbot for some reason just activates, starts to find so much more damage, and obviously that's probably where a lot of those eliminations are actually coming from.
Oh, well, if we want to talk about Peterbot and Pollo activating, I think a lot of that can be kind of given to the fact that they're able to take Rift Island in half of the games. And even in this game right here in Game 5, where they don't even claim it, it's actually Pump and Inpin that are able to claim Rift Island. But due to the builds that Peterbot and Pollo have placed, they are able to claim all of the loot away from Inpin and Pump. And within that loot is the coveted mythic hand cannon that Peterbot uses so well in tandem with his mythic AR. Who gave this guy 2 mythic weapons? I don't know. But we can just see how he's able to chop these builds with the hand cannon and then quickly turn to the mythic AR to just spray players. Game 5, they take height, and pretty much the story is done and dusted.
It's just scary, man. The Battle of Titans, right? 2 just colossal duos about to go head to head. And again, with this 1.5 times multiplier on points, it just takes one of them making a mistake and then everything flips on its head. We kind of mentioned yesterday that there was a bit of an update to the Slurp Cactus. They no longer respawn, right? They're kind of a one and done. And a big question mark for us was Kanata and Cooper, right? This was going to impact this duo in particular, but was that the case? How did these guys adapt to that change? Kelly?
I mean, listen, we said at the start of yesterday, Kanata is one of the smartest players, and even given being very unlucky with the meta shifting literally away from what they have practiced for the last month, he is going to be able to find a solution. And if we actually look at the numbers, he was able to do the 5th most total damage dealt by an individual player. And you would think in this situation that Kanata should be so much far down the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff to kind of make that adaptation. But, you know, how are they actually getting the Storm Surge, right? Like, how are they adapting? What's their new strategy? And honestly, it's just going to rely on them kind of roaming around the map and just looking for opportunities. Some of the games, they're kind of fighting or finding fights that they can kind of straight up and take the 2v2. But of course, if you go ahead and win that 2v2 like they did in this instance, it's so much damage. So much so that they're like, yeah, we're good on damage for the rest of the game. Let's just go sit in the box next to a hoop unless we need to use it or in case we need to use it for a rotation, and they just were able to chill. But as you can see on the west side here, it's getting very, very congested. But again, like I mentioned, they have all of that damage dealt to it, so to the point where they can make any rotation possible. And when this zone pulls all the way to the east, they're like, yeah, we're going. We don't need to be in this comp of players. We can go over here. We don't really need to be near anybody because we did so much damage. And this rotate is so good. These are the types of rotates that I love to see out of the players. And you can see they're positioned very, very well for the rest of the game because they're not going to be where all of the other players are on the west side of that. And the rotation, Kelly, it's pretty simple. Fizz, crash pad.
Oh, Fizz Crash Pad, how innovative. No, but seriously, Kanata and Cooper here, I just love that everyone kind of discounted them except for themselves, and they are able to just prove why they are so consistently in the top of the leaderboard, and not to mention that they already have their ticket to the Global Championships. Less is on the line for them, but just how serendipitous would it be? Kanata never winning an FNCS until Major 3 of last year to do it again before the Global Championships.
Yeah, but of course, that's Storm Stars, like we mentioned. Sometimes they're going to find fights, and other games they're not going to find fights. It's going to be a little bit more traditional, where they actually find some tags using those long-distance weapons. And honestly, surprisingly, I didn't even see Kanata and Cooper really base up all that much in Storm Surge towers. Kind of just roam around the map and look for as many tags as they possibly can. But of course, when you're not finding straight-up eliminations, not finding all of that early damage, and you're kind of playing a more traditional game, you kind of got to clump yourself with everybody else, as you can see here, with their position all the way to the south side of this zone. And yeah, because they have to kind of position next to everybody else because they still need damage, Well, how are they going to get to the next zone? Invest some of their movement early on is what I love to see from this duo. Again, Crash Pad Fizz, which I think a lot of teams are kind of reluctant to actually use early on in the game, but Kanata and Cooper know they need to get away from all this congestion. They invest some of that mobility early on, make a great rotate, and then look at this. All those arrows still to the south. They beat all of them to the next zone. Now they're in a great position for the rest of the game.
Whew. I cannot wait to watch them play today. I mean, we've seen how well they do in day 2s before, and with 1.5x times, I think that they're looking to break into the top 3.
Okay. Well, listen, this 1.5 times, it could change anything. It takes one duo, one good game, and we could see them just launch up the standings. Levin talked about it in EU. He would feel alive if we could see Mongrel and Mr. Savage going to the global championships. However, a bit of a hiccup. They're currently in 31st place. But what could this 1.5 times do for the duo?
I think instead of looking at what it could do for them, we can actually take an example from what we saw in Europe, where we had a player all the way down in 30th place. Kindex was able to take just one good game. And you can see where he started at 86 points. And oh, look, Mr. Savage and Mongrel are at 88 points and able to, in a single game, Vivid, turn it around by so much.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. And if I've got any sort of feedback after watching some of the games from Mr. Savage and Mongrel, it was their Storm Surge. I kind of noticed that they were still building bases where they were previously building bases when the Slurp Cacti was still active. And they're not really netting much out of that. So I'm hoping that today they come in with a new strategy, find a new place to kind of build one of those Surge Towers up. And yeah, I hope for the little bit of break between day 1 and day 2, they were able to prepare and come in with a new strategy.
Guys, 20 seconds before we kick it all off. Very quickly, What are you hoping to see today?
A close race, a close finish.
100%. That is exactly what I was going to say. Let's let it get down to like what EU saw. Literally just a few points separating first from second. I want to see that for NA as well.
Well, Fortnite fam, it is that time. 6 games here at 1.5 times the points across the board. This is game number 7 of the FNCS. So we're going to toss it on over to our casters to take us in.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. That's right. We are gearing up here for the grand finals. Taco, I can't believe it. Yesterday was an exciting day of games, and we have such a close competition.
Yeah, I'm just loving the way that this top 3 has really developed. And I mean, realistically speaking, with that 1.5 times point multiplier in effect for day 2 of Grands MDF, this could essentially be anybody's race to the finish, but especially for those global championship slots, I'm really excited just to see what happens.
Yeah, and some of the best parts about the fact that the global champion spots in specific is if you're in the top, I don't know, maybe 5, let's just say 3, I think you're pretty much locked in, right? If we're going off of previous global championship slot qualifying point numbers, right, in a day 2 grand finals. So that's exciting by itself, and it sounds like game number, let's see, 7 is ready. Let's get into it. All right, game number 7. Had to do a quick count for a second there, given that we are catching up for the day 2 of the FNCS Grand Finals.
Yeah, and the other crazy thing to consider is that there was certainly a lot of chatter happening all throughout the course of last night. I think a lot of teams kind of trying to determine, are we switching our drops? Are we going to look to try and surprise contest? And for one of our duos, our leading duo even from day 1, Clicks and Veno, they find themselves dealing with a little bit of company here at the Sandy Steps.
Yeah, this is a huge surprise and honestly could be, you know, a difference maker for them. Clicks and Veno obviously are the team to look out for, and Peterbot and Boyo. It's just going to be such an explosive day, but kind of picking up the pieces from where we left off yesterday, Oliver OG and Craze definitely were the stronger duo here at this draw spot as they were contested every single game. This is, if anything, the first time we're seeing them have a little bit of space to work with, and that's one thing you have to really appreciate, right? The adjustments that are going to happen from day to day.
Yeah, I mean, breathing room doesn't come easy, and for a lot of these teams, it's all about defending your respect for a drop. Mixon and Blaha, certainly a duo that struggled all throughout the course of yesterday, but here at the start. They seem like they might actually have the advantage over Antonio. They're trying to solidify this exchange. Z-Link already down and out for the count, but at this point, Mixon, Blaha, they're still taking their time. They know just how crucial each and every point they secure today is going to matter for their position on the leaderboard.
And if all teams, this is the one that needs it the most after such a, ridiculously slow start for them, they have a lot of ground to make up for. Now, do keep in mind, today's points are based off of a 1.5x multiplier. So any team, and we mean it, any team can absolutely rocket their way up into definitely a global championship spot, but more importantly, into that money, right? And we're talking big money if you can get up toward that top 10. So for Mixon and Blaha, this is a fantastic start, kicking things off with 2 eliminations now. It's just worth so much more as opposed to yesterday.
I don't think that they could have crawled any deeper into this cavern, but they've got to be wary. It seems like they might still have the duo on top, and they're not the only ones getting some early game action. Chaos just caught out of position there by Dynamic, and Dynamic making sure to get the job done. Also finds that clean elimination onto Chance, so 12 points, 6 a pop here, and it just continues. Seek and Dash also confirming an elimination onto Kanata. Nitro Drum action like this is not something that you would have been expecting.
Yeah, this is definitely different for Dash and Seek, already seeming like their surprise attack strategy onto Kanata and Cooper is paying off here, giving them the leg up. Cooper now will have to figure out how to play not only for this pickup for the reboot card, but more importantly to actually get that pickup, given that it seems like the zone is going to be sitting somewhere around the southern part. But jumping in with Source and Poppy here. Again, Static seems like we've gotten somewhat of an even match, but Poppy's going to come through, find the full eliminations onto the 2 up top, as Source was sent running for a moment there, and they are right back into this game.
It's surprising to see Source and Poppy that far north, even challenging Statics and Pluto at Piney Lane, but again, it just goes to showcase the kind of shifts that all of these teams are essentially looking for. Teams know that with that 1.5 times point multiplier, the elimination scorings can matter, and they can make all the difference as far as where your overall standing on the leaderboard would be concerned. But getting a little bit more over eye view on some of the action building up around the underworld. Batman, Booga, and Rapid, they are certainly a team that had a decent amount of success in day one, and what they're hoping to do today is just continue to build upon some of that early success that they found throughout the course of yesterday, because there were definitely a couple of pickups that they would have liked to avoid, but that could be said for everyone.
Yeah, like my reference point is that is the foundation. It's the way that you set yourself up for success, given that this is, of course, the 2-day format. How you start your tournament is the most critical to your success here, as far as, of course, your overall ending will be. Batman, Booga, and Rapid being up in that 200+ point threshold mark, inside that top 10 coming into day 2, you are literally set up for success. All you have to do is stay even just mediocre, right? Mediocrely consistent, and you'll be heading your way to the grand finals, given such a strong start to their day. But this is definitely the team we'll continue to keep an eye out on for now. We just get to see what they're working with, see that they're uncontested, and move on to some other fights going on here. Quanti and Jopko, another team that definitely surprised us, right? Their first few games, pretty explosive. They found some where they kind of dropped off a bit, but overall still relatively great performance day one.
I think the most impressive part about Quanti and Yapko so far has just been the fact that they had to duke it out, essentially, to be able to establish their drop uncontested for the most part. It was just Blaha and Mixon that were consistently challenging them originally in our previous weeks, but all of yesterday, we saw Quanti, Yapko, able to kind of just focus on doing their own thing, and we also saw them rather consistently making it to those endgame performances that, this is clearly what they were chasing after the entire time. I mean, you're having to fend off an entirely separate duo from the drop that you want in the first place, and here, Quanti and Yapko, they're just trying to be a problem at Mount Olympus. They really like to control this elevated territory surrounding this top statue, and for good reason. It gives them great overview of the lobby.
Take a look at this. Pink and Miro starting off on the wrong foot here. Pink just ran down by Skittles and Chubbs. And that's the thing, Skittles and Chubbs, such a strong team. It's not going to be an easy early game fight for them this entire day if they can't formulate a new tactic. Otherwise, they'll be going against some of the best here. But for Dash and Seek, they're continuing to what seems to be sit on Kanata's reboot card potentially here, and Cooper forced to try to figure out how to break this defense, but the offense from Seek and Dash is just too good, it seems like. And he's having a hard time right now.
And what hurts even more still is knowing that Kanata and Cooper ending off yesterday in that 6th place position on the leaderboard. They would like to get a strong start towards the day because they know just how much everyone else in this lobby is looking to play catch up with them essentially. But I like this from Cooper. He is not giving up by any means. He knows all he needs to do is acquire Kanata's reboot card, but it is starting to approach that threshold though, MDF, where even if he is successful in this endeavor, even if he gets that reboot card, he's had to delay his surge strategy so much so that I'm not sure it would really lead them in all that great of a mid to late game faring position anyways, just because of how much delay Seek and Dash are posing here.
Yeah, and Cooper, of course, deciding to stick around here is telling us that clearly he feels like he is the more confident duo in the two, but even with a toe-to-toe versus Dash, it doesn't matter. He knew there was pressure on his heels. Seek and Dash will end up taking down Kanata and Cooper in an upsetting early elimination. And again, you come in at 6th place here in a 2-day grand finals, and you have a chance at winning this tournament. You truly do, but that right there is as good as a major setback. So that's gonna kind of put them in a middling position. Still not over though, of course. They'll have chances to climb up. Jumping back into Clix and Vino though, look at the damage that has been done to this duo here.
They've had a moment though to try and recuperate things, and at the ship it station, keep in mind, this is Baka and Parz's typical, starting point, so it's really just scraps that they're after. Clix managing to find a med kit that's gonna put them just slightly back to, a fighting point of view, but at the same time, TK, Turtle Tavern, they're kind of just situated on that flaming boost tube right outside that ship it station, and they are gonna be such a problem for Veno and Clix if they're not careful. If Veno wasn't already so injured, it wouldn't necessarily be as much of a threat. They could just choose to ignore that, but that's a situation where TK and Turtle, they could look to force it if they wanted to, and Quanti and Yapko, they seem like they found the aggression that they were after in the first place. Flo trying to do what he can to buy some time, but Quanti just drops directly on top of Flo. Easy elimination after the fact, and Sigma, I believe he was already knocked earlier on, so yeah, just another really clean couple of elims for Quanti and Yapko there.
Take a look at this. Clix and Vino caught in what seems to be a very tight situation. We saw that they were sort of forced again into early heals here, missing a lot of white HP, but I saw that they knocked a down body. I think Pars might have been caught off guard here. And due to that, yeah, take a look at this. Due to that, they actually secure the loot, and this is a critical moment. They don't get the points here, but they get all of that material, those heals, and that'll kind of put them back into a fighting shape here for the first game. But Yamzo and Tayson, much different story here. They seem to be very much set up for success right now, just behind, trailing behind a little bit on wood, but that's nothing. Of course, bounce back from that. Flaming Hoop's gonna send them flying. Couple tags there for Yamzo, well played. Look at this, unlooted here. This is all a part of this strategy, if you will.
Yamzo and Tayson, I think, definitely a team where there was a lot of kind of concern after the Slurp Cacti regeneration factor. It was essentially neutralized since it was removed. Tayson and Yamzo, they've had to kind of formulate a new plan entirely, and the level of adaptability that I think all of these pros have kind of showcased, especially the ones that were more directly impacted in that southern section of the map over in the desert territory, that were kind of just looking for those surge-based strategies on top of the Slurp Cacti. You could be more aggressive with your peaks, but now it's a lot more fixated upon being able to just take these box fights relatively early, or at the very least, you get your surge tags, but you don't receive too many in exchange. And that's always the hardest part, is trying to go unseen while you're actually trying to establish damage from a range.
And Pen and Pump here, still in the storm. Have a long ways to go here, because they have to rotate past the Grim Gate. Just looking at the map right now, trying to gather some information. It seems like they might just be the last team to get into the safe zone. 39 duos remaining in this game, by the way. Very, very much action heavy in this early game already.
That's for sure. And you can also see Duo still lurking at Lavish Lair. Wonder if that might be Muzz and Epic Whale, but the fact that teams feel comfortable enough to stay inside of the storm during these early ticks, you know, it just showcases the fact they feel much more comfortable, possibly looking to opt for more of a dead side rotate. Mongrel and Mr. Savage, though, this is a duo that needs to come out with a massive performance here on the day. They really just had a rough time throughout the entirety of yesterday's 6 lobbies, and I know for a lot of people there was so much hype kind of riding on this team, and I think that there is still plenty that could come back out full force here, because I think for Mongrel and Mr. Savage, getting the opportunity to kind of replay things that, you know, didn't necessarily go right for them yesterday, hopefully they've been able to kind of develop some form of a new search strategy, because it hurts when you got to make those changes overnight, right? But I think that they're both certainly a caliber of player that can achieve those metrics.
I agree with you. I think they are absolutely worthy of a slot, but it will come down to them ultimately, you know, making those adjustments and seeing if they can make up for what went wrong yesterday. You saw that Mongrel and Savage didn't really change their strategy post adjustments to the game, post, you know, new update, basically. They kind of stuck to the same strat. Kelly and Vivid broke it down perfectly. They are still playing the same kind of cactus areas, which means that there are just less teams down there, right? It's not as effective as it once previously was. So we'll see what happens today. I mean, already the fact that they're making it this far into what is now going to be the bend of the mid game is better, given that yesterday they had so many early exits.
Yeah, and to be fair to that as well, I do think there is value in just committing to what you have been practicing, especially knowing that you have a 2-day format, right? If this was like a only 6 lobbies to work with circumstance, then okay, guys, we might want to do something a little bit different here when it's not working out for the first 2 games, but they knew coming into today that they would have that 1.5 times point multiplier to work with, and so I do think that that gave them a little bit more leeway. But Cold sneaking up onto Poyo doesn't get the tag that he was hoping for, though, and has now revealed his position. So Peterbot immediately going to rotate over, provide some overhead support there for Poyo. But remember, this is our duo with that Machinist Medallion. It is so much harder to kind of commit to these stretched out box fights, because they'll just have an easier time regenerating their shield and not having to use as many of their resources.
It's almost uncharacteristic of Cole to actually miss that ambush like that. I think he put the floor down somehow on mistake, by the way. But is what it is. Here's a quick update. If you guys didn't see that leaderboard fly in, 3rd place is down. So seeing that Peterbot and Poyo are in this game right now, Clix and Vino still standing, Booga and Aviv right now, these are your teams that have a chance to, of course, jump up, overtake 3rd, and more importantly, solidify somewhat of a strong lead here. Yamto and Tateson, given that they're only, you know, performance earned yesterday got them 160 points. It's really not that much, but doesn't put them all the way out of the conversation just yet.
The problem now, though, is that they find themselves underneath that surge damage threshold, so they're forced to try and key as a third-party opportunity. But Alex, Worthy, they're taken out before they even get a chance to apply some pressure there. Now Iyamzo, Tayson, both coming under the effects, but Iyamzo from behind catches Dash completely off guard here. Dash just managing to scramble, but it did put Iyamzo over. Unfortunately, he gets knocked in the process. Tayson now trying to barrel through, but there are just too many teams collected. And Dash, ultimately, the true benefiter, at least for the time being. Pink and Miro could definitely play heavy disturbance here.
I'm surprised Pink and Miro is still standing. Remember, we saw that one of them was knocked earlier. I thought they were fully eliminated, but no, look. As you can see, this is going to be a big turn of events right now for Miro and Pink there. 3 eliminations now for Miro as he is dialed in and gets to pick up all of that free material right there. Very well earned for them. Puts them in a strong position now to start marching through this mid game here. And what a perfect rotation. Not a single team to hold him out here. They get to cut all the way across, free of any enemy line sights. Meanwhile, Mr. Mongro and Mr. Savage here on the move. Whoa! Finds read on the rotate, and that's a quick highlight coming out of the Reckless Railways. Just showing
Crash
you
pads.
how quickly, you know, things can change for you.
Just so problematic. Reed just unsuspecting, and I can't fault him for it either. It's a crash pad. Unfortunately for Veno, that's a crash pad in the wrong direction. Did not mean to clip it that way, and immediately forced to expend the one med kit he was holding onto. Granted, he was probably going to utilize it either way, but Nerfface now going to have an opportunity. Clix was isolated. Veno, even though he's managed to get back some of his white HP, does confirm that elimination onto Sid as well, but it's a matter of fact that the damage is done. It's 7th zone. He can't go for a reboot play at this point. He's just gonna have to scrap it out as a solo, and he knows just how valuable every single one of these placements points is. Teams on the height at Mount Olympus taking note of his position as a solo as well. They're trying to apply a little bit of pressure here. Fortunately, Trashy Threats gonna get caught up there with Paco and Vorteca, so that will buy Veno some time to sort of recuperate his shield as well. It is just such a tragic second, essentially, that Veno splits apart from Clix, and that's really all it took for Disaster to strike.
Well, he's still closing in right now, right? Like, literally closing in on placement points. He picked up a couple eliminations, so this is not like a full net negative game by any means, if he can just earn some placement points. But I think it was very wise of him to actually finish that elimination. He had to. And the fact that he gets a little more material, we can definitely see Veno pull something off here. Let's not forget they have the advantageous, you know, weather station typically, right? As far as their strategy is concerned.
Yeah, but a forecast tower that's likely to be heavily trafficked as well at the start of the match. Didn't get a chance to really gauge just how much intervention they had on their initial rotational path, but Veno, keep in mind, Vorteca and Paco, they know he's still lingering there as a solo. They want to try, see if they can get some shots onto him, but Veno, he's just going to take the direct fight there with Sandman, but again, focused by the entirety of the lobby. This is looking grim right now, MDF. It is Veno after all. If anybody can make something out of nothing, it'll be Veno, and he does it! Delivery onto Sandman, the perfect timing for an elimination. All he needs now is a chance to pick up some of that body loot, whatever there might be. One more small shield potion, but his time has been cut short. Just too many factors working against him.
And the surge, I couldn't even believe that he didn't have enough damage. But he somehow fought through that, and you know what, he's still, you gotta give credit, right? Still picked up a placement point, still got that extra elimination onto Sandman, but that lobby focus was just, it was just next level. And even Mongrel, I'm noticing even Mongrel is a solo right now.
I think for many of our teams, it can be really difficult to try and work through some of these shifting layers, and a lot of our top teams even just encountering issues with the Surge in general. Bugha, Aviv, they're also gonna fall victim. 16 below currently. Bugha scrambling, trying to see if he can apply a shot anywhere, but he's just having to break through walls. He's trying to see if he can find an isolated player, but at this point, he's basically toast. He's just gonna fall right outside the box of Mixon and Blaha. A little bit of materials that they can add, and this is who I had on my mind the moment that I saw Clix and Veno go down. Peterbot and Pollo, though, shaping up to be in a very prime position to try and bring home Lobby 7 as a victory royale.
The next couple of moments are going to be super telling for Peterbot and Pollo here. If they make their way into what will effectively be closer to like a top 5, top 10, they'll have such a monstrous lead. This is where things really start to separate, but look at Mongraal, 97 below, has to fight here. He is doing his best to put up a defense, but it's just not going to be enough. Tough task, right? Storm Surge, edge of zone, so low. Very tough spot to be in. Paper with the pickup onto Victor V. By the way, barely picked him up. Victor V was extremely weak in there. And if I had to say, it was definitely a lot of luck and circumstance just lining up for them, given that Paper has no eliminations, by the way, so he obviously didn't have to drop anyone to save Victor V there. Things just kind of worked out for him.
Yeah, but it seems their luck may have just run out. 55 below that damage threshold. And again, we're seeing Peterbot just continue to prosper in this lobby. That mythic hand cannon caught the tail end of that elimination, but Peterbot, Pollo doing an excellent job of just staying ahead of the zone. Now looking back, it's Pink and Miro. They've caught wind of, but they gotta be careful. Their own walls now exposed. Raze and Curly trying to see if they can swoop in onto a massive come up here, but it's the team on height that Peterbot and Pollo are bound to start taking notice of soon enough. They can tell all these players crash padding around them. They want to get involved. They've got to make sure that they stay on a comfortable layer before they go for that ultimate height challenge. Peterbot doesn't have any more crash pads, so unless Pollo's carrying all of them, it might be difficult for them to actually work their way towards the high ground, but Peterbot's found a knock onto Agers. He might have just had his loot snatched up, though, by a separate duo.
And Paper just found a full refresh as well in the low ground. And this is, again, they're not doing it flashily, right? They don't have a lot of eliminations down here in this low ground, but they do have these very, crucial pickups here. Mats being found for them is going to keep them alive. This elevation change is just incredible right now, and it's going to continue to drop players down. Finally now, Muzz and Epic Whale, one of the few teams to jump all the way to low ground. Peterbot and Pollo decide to say, screw the high ground, I'm going down as well. And they are trying to avoid players here. Into the top 10 we go. Miro and Pink are at 8 eliminations. This has just continued to connect well for them. Meanwhile, Paper and Victor V want this high ground. They find Duke and Sphinx there. The double crash pad to really try to fight for it. And what are the odds that there's one ready for him right there? Oh, it works against them. And Paper scrambling, falls to the zone there. Dukes manages to regain high ground here, regain position. He's the first to get up and over the mountain now as they start to continue their pressure, but he's completely out of material. He will have to likely fight here.
Made it to the tree line, though, just in the nick of time. Might be able to squeeze out at least a handful of builds. That might be all the difference here as Peterbot from behind, catching players when they least suspect it, but Pollo, he's gonna find his run cut short. Peterbot and Pollo, have they done enough, though? Sphinx and Dukes looking to convert this into a victory royale, and success will happen here in lobby number 7. Dukes and Sphinx could not have picked a more perfect time to kind of stamp their first VR here at MDF, because everybody knows just how crucial 100 points can be on day 2.
Yeah, and again, you got to give credit to the fact that Peterbot and Pollo withstood the pressure of the other first and second place teams, right? Pars and Baka, Clix and Veno, who fell earlier in the match, is going to give them way more runway. And let's not forget, Bugha and Aviv were in the conversation as well. They fell early too. This is giving Sphinx and Dukes time to actually make room on the standings, as is Epic Whale and Muzz, who had a very, very good endgame. But look at Sphinx and Dukes' closeout performance here. Very well played for them. Congrats on the victory royale for game number 7 here on the North American region. That is a huge, huge turn of events for them. That's surely going to jump them up at least into the top 5 there, Taco.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not the only team that's looking to kind of open the doorway to see what all they can pick up as far as leaderboard placement spots are concerned. But we'll have more of a breakdown as far as Game 7 went and more action still to come right after the short break.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS. Game number 7 of the day, first of the day, I guess, 7 overall, is done. Dukes, Sphinx holding down height, picking up the first victory royale. And a big reminder, I'm going to keep saying it until the day's done, 1.5 times multiplier on those points. That victory royale by itself worth 100 points for Dukes and Sphinx. This is big. This is big.
I mean, yeah, what a way to start the day. As you can already see, I mean, 356 points total. You know that winning that game plus 100 points plus all those elims, that is moving them up the leaderboard substantially. But yeah, I mean, listen, this is going to be classic NA, isn't it, Kelly? Like one of these teams that we weren't really talking about towards the top of the leaderboard, and then all of a sudden, day 2 comes around, points are worth more, and then they just insert themselves into the conversation like, wait, could Dinks and Spooks kind of pull off this comeback win?
Isn't it crazy that we can literally take an FNCS champion and just kind of discredit them because there's so many FNCS champs competing here today that we can overlook someone like Dukes and Sphinx, and they ended off day 1 in 10th place. So, you know, obviously trying to go for that spot in the Global Championships after getting the first victory royale of day 2. I can expect them to keep this going.
Yeah, right. We just, like you said, we got to keep this going, right? We cannot slip up even a second because we already saw this from Clix and Veno.
Yeah.
I kind of want to shift the conversation here, but remember this 1.5 times multiplier, this is huge if you can put points on the board. But if you get picked off early, this means everyone else can look to catch up. For Clix and Veno, something just wasn't right here at this first game of the day, and they went down without getting too many of these points. That means everyone else was able to kind of like catch up.
Yeah, but Veno, I mean, listen, he got made into a solo situation here, picked up eliminations by himself, so that's definitely going to be a couple of points there, even squeaking into the top 25, pick up a couple of placement points. But this is one of those instances where it's like, okay, Clix and Veno, yeah, they kind of made it to 8th zone. As you can see, Veno has a solo, but this game honestly was lost way earlier than this, right? We saw that highlight earlier on where Clix literally made it out of the zone with 1 HP. They were just so far behind on the rotate for some reason. And yeah, it ended up hurting them in terms of the storm surge, positioning, everything that game.
Yeah, we should have stat at the start of the show that Clix and Veno collectively were only solo competitors for 71 seconds. Veno, only 11 seconds was he ever solo. And I'm guessing that number has gone up quite a little bit. But Veno, obviously, regardless of whatever situation he is in, he's able to pull out just some crazy plays and keep himself going. So although this might not have been the best game, I am not counting out this duo.
Yeah, we still have 5 more, right? It's fine. It's fine. Nobody panic, please. Zeke, don't panic. But that little number there in the top right, you saw Clix and Veno in 2nd place, which means they were overtaken by Peterbot and Pollo. These guys saw them go down in the Elim feed, and it was just like we have chummed the water, right? Like these sharks are now here. They are ready to take a bite out of this entire lobby. They are sitting on 433 points. This is going to get out of hand very quickly, Vivid, unless we slow them down.
Yeah, good luck, Zeke. Go ahead, try to slow down Peterbot and Pollo. I mean, listen, I mentioned it yesterday, right? Those first 3 games were like, yeah, they picked up points, but it was honestly just simply off of the back of Peterbot picking up incredible solo clutches. And then the last 3 games was like, okay, now they're making it to the end game as a duo. And I was like, this is going to be the start, right? Now they're finding their groove. And that groove has continued into today, which, yeah, that's super scary, especially for anybody that is looking to win this competition, because now with a lead, like you mentioned, can anybody catch up to them? Can anybody slow them down?
And if you noticed it once again, Peterbot had that mythic hand cannon in his loadout, as well as the mythic AR. Who needs a dash coin when you have 2 of the best weapons in the game on a player like Peterbot? It is just ridiculous. Something needs to happen with this Rift Island. They were able to get it in 50% of the games yesterday, and they already got it in game 1 today.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why we're letting Peterbot and Pollo roam free, right? Somebody please just try and stop them. It ain't gonna be me, thankfully. I wanted to also talk about Miro and Pink here. Yesterday, they kind of had a really tough day number 1, but bro, they just went crazy in this last game. They really said, now is our time. They put eliminations on the board. They got placement on the board. They are looking alive right now.
It's actually really funny. Before today, you know, kind of kicked off for NA, Taco, our caster, of course, was messaging me just like what was going on with Pink and Miro, like bouncing ideas off me. And I'm just like, yeah, listen, I think it's just kind of sounds like Miro was just going down a little bit early in some of those games. But clearly figured that out. I mean, listen, if there's a statement to be made by Miro himself, right? Maybe he had a bad day number 1. Picking up 6 eliminations in game number 1 of day number 2 is definitely a way to put yourself back on track.
They had 52 points at the end of day 1. Now they have 154. I mean, Vivid, we were talking about this Kendix being able to jump up so far in the EU leaderboards, and we see Pink and Miro doing the exact same thing right now.
That's right. This is a global champion, right? We cannot forget this is a global champion in Miro. And when you pair him up with an all-star like Pink, they are likely a day 2 team, right? We have 5 more games for them to kind of say, hey, I know day 1 was kind of rough, but watch us here in day number 2. There's also like a couple of players that went crazy as well in that last game. And we saw Victor V, we saw Paper, we saw Epic Whale and Muzz. I mean, dude, this first game was wild. Out of all of these duos, Vivid, you can really tell they are fighting for these spots.
Yeah, all of them doing very, very well. I will mention, you know, Mr. Savage and Mongrel, I wanted them to switch up their storm strategy. It looks like they did that. They were all the way up north towards Reckless Railways. Saw that they were picking up eliminations and tags there. So they have definitely come in today with a different strategy. It just needs to, you know, be ironed out a little bit over the course of the next 5 games.
Yeah, definitely agree. We saw some big names being below Storm Surge there, like Veno, Booga, and a few others. So maybe just a few little tweaks to be able to change up Storm Surge into this next game.
All right, this is it. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. That was a tester game. This is real game. Game number 2 of the day. 8 overall. Casters, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, I think Vivid kind of hit the nail on the head there, man. I mean, I don't want to say that luck played a part because, you know, you never want to just have that as like a cop-out factor, right, Monster? But at the end of the day, I do think Miro and Pink had an unrealistically unlucky day 1. And so seeing that bounce back out of them, jumping up 16 spots on the leaderboards from 40th place where they had started off already in 24th. If they get some of those repeat moments and they keep finding 8 eliminations with some strong placements, who knows where they might end up. But lobby number 8 is ready to go, so we'll see what happens next. And again, Monster, I don't mean to yap your ear off about it by any means, but I do think that there are always going to be kind of like those isolated case studies when it comes to the replays. And for some of these duos, you know, they can kind of recognize, hey, it just wasn't our day, but we'll take, you know, day 2 into our own hands. And I really do feel like a team like Meek and Miro, especially with the way they're kind of exchanging the back calls to each other, that's definitely the case.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, Miro's someone who obviously knows how to lock in, right? And he's going to hold himself accountable every step of the way. So to see him play the way he did, that's the type of form that we expect of him. And I think yesterday, right, that inner competitor is telling himself there's no way we're not finishing up, you know, in at least global championship qualification territory, right? And they can do just that. So 100-point game, I mean, that's a monstrous comeback. It's a 3x performance right there off of 1 performance. That's what the 1.5 multiplier can do for you. But look at this. This is a story that is seems to be a chapter continued now for Oliver OG and Crazier, as they've got the returning Tony and Noisy. So Tony and Noisy clearly didn't appreciate allowing Oliver OG and Craze to get real comfortable and earn points last game.
I think for some teams like Noisy and Tony, you know, when you try to shift your drop and then you're gonna, oh my goodness, Oliver with the big range strategy. It would have been crazy if he'd actually secured the elimination off that, but I love the utilization of the crash pad there. Just knocks Noisy out of the shield bubble, nearly takes him down entirely, but it's at least displaced him long enough. Big concerns, though, for Craze, whether or not he's going to win this exchange, but it's only a matter of time for Oliver OG. Tries to pull it off, and he can't. Unfortunate stuff there for Oliver OG and Craze. Even though Noisy was full eliminated, Tony does have the opportunity for the reboot van immediately after the fact.
That is tragic for Oliver OG, who was at 180 points, literally climbing his way up the standings. Just unfortunate setback there, but not over yet. Now, clicks Veno here. Sandy steps. As we saw last game, something went terribly wrong in their early battles, kind of the skirmishes back and forth. Slow them down, set them back. And then once we got to the mid game, I mean, not only did Clicks get eliminated on that rotate, but they were very far off the surge, right? Given that Veno had not only found eliminations, but fought back and still didn't have enough damage.
And they weren't the only ones either. That's the more impressive part, is that teams that we saw yesterday sort of having a good grasp on in terms of, you know, managing that search threshold and making sure that they stayed well above it. Again, to see them struggle, even if it's just that first lobby of the day, it can still be a little concerning, but Victor V, Paper, they're trying to make sure they avoid the problem altogether. They're definitely trying to pressure Seek and Dash here, but not sold on whether or not Dash and Seek are actually willing to take this exchange. Dash now gonna take an opportunity to get some shots off onto Victor V as he rotates off the flaming boost tube, but Dash doesn't necessarily have the builds to want to continue that fight.
Yeah, running a little low here, running thin. Paper and Victor V are gonna distance themselves though accordingly, and they should be just fine. Meanwhile, Bolt and Bryce have a bit of a base setup here as they're sitting on top of this bunker. And of course, gotta keep fishing, right? Gotta keep looking for activity and tags. Bolts seems to have taken a lot of damage here, potentially exchanging with some teams. And we get the update. Pink and Miro back at it.
They're going for a really early exchange here with Sprite and Day. And Pink gonna lose his shield for it. Day wanting to crank up to immediately try and key after the fact, but still being cautious, being wary. Might have gotten the comms from Sprite that Miro's already shifted his position to immediately back up Pink, so Day can't just outright key him for that. But a decent amount of damage having been applied from both sides now. Miro and Pink, though, they look as if they might be setting up to just reinitiate here. Miro gets a good chunk out of Sprite, and split angle approach currently for Miro and Pink.
I like what's going on here. However, Dan Sprite might have to, yeah, I was going to say disengage. This is a very, very bad angle for them. Completely, you know, unadvantageous for them to keep fighting from that terrible, terrible angle. But Miro and Pink take full advantage. They found a lot of damage out of that. So either way, that's going to swing positively for them. Meanwhile, Poppy and Swords, this is a rematch up against Statics and Flutto here. This time, Statics and Flutto seem to be the ones pressing the case right now.
Both of these teams, though, just kind of isolated currently inside of the storm. Almost seems as if they might draw some attention soon enough. I mean, keep in mind, Sprite and Day, they disengage with Pink and Miro, but they might look to mosey on over to what's going down here, especially with Statics. He's so incredibly low. He's trying to get a better exchange off onto Poppy, but instead finds himself knocked. And the full elimination gonna come through here. Poppy and Source, one more time, just 2 eliminations, and they could not have come at better timing because they're gonna need to get a move on stat. They don't want to stick around and delay their rotate for much longer because teams are just gonna get a much better position than you inside the edge of zone.
Yeah, you don't want to get out-positioned and then held out. Look at this. Mongrel, Mr. Savage taking no chances with any bushes here. Big team in the distance there. Victor V and Paper surely have sights on them, but Mongrel and Savage continue to move on there. On the other side, we have Baka. I was going to say, don't tell me Pars was eliminated already, but no. Just seems like they're playing a bit spread out here. Now, Baka and Pars have somewhat, I don't know, hit or missed, right? Their momentum.
Oh, wow. For a moment there, I really thought Kanata was about to just pop up and surprise Baka, catch him off guard entirely. But even if he had, Baka does still have those underworld dashes. Bound to be able to disengage at a moment's notice if need be. But yeah, I think that these two, we definitely saw some very highlight-worthy moments from them in day one. But then the conversation sort of just got taken over by what was taking place between Clix and Veno and Peterbot and Pollo. So it sort of drew away a lot of the attention that had initially been fixated on Baka and Pars, which is surprising when you consider the fact that Baka and Pars, I mean, they had a pretty strong start. They had a victory royale even, but
back-to-back. I mean, they're the only team that actually go back-to-back. Yeah, and you know, we talk about teams just being ever so unlucky. It makes you wonder, you know, have they just been just, you know, ever so slightly unlucky? And that's what's, you know, allowing them to kind of stay in the conversation, but not quite in first place at the moment, because they otherwise would be. They'd literally be trailing so far ahead, but bit of a standoff here. Cold and Acorn have really had a difficult tournament so far.
But when you consider that they're already qualified to the Global Championship, it does at least alleviate some of the pressure from, you know, that the other teams might actually be enduring currently, because they know I don't actually have my seat on the battle bus for Fort Worth, and I get it, but also for Acorn and Cold, I think that they've kind of just been reliving that Seti Kami effect, essentially, where they're just trying to prevent the team that's contesting them at their drop from actually powering through. As long as they can prevent a team that could potentially be conning them at Globals, I think Acorn and Cold would definitely be happy with that performance.
Oh, yeah. You know, there's such a difference, right, between Acorn and Cold's capabilities, contested versus uncontested. Acorn and Cold have been one of the few fortunate duos to have ever been contested and still place well within the top 3. That is just not something you see very often. So you give them the space to work with, especially at Globals, given that they have the experience from the previous, you know, LAN event. They're going to be a favorite, undoubtedly. We'll just have to see, you know, who ultimately ends up being, you know, qualified through, because, you know, you don't pick your contested. They kind of pick you, right? Most of these duos just say, hey, this is my drop. Like, and if I qual, then it is what it is. Like, this is my drop. So it kind of just plays out that way. And we've seen what happens when teams try to switch it up. It just more often than not doesn't work out. Right? You don't have the experience built up over the whole season or year for that matter. But talk about Cold and Acorn. Let's see what they're capable of, because they're going up against a very, very much prime duo right now, the Iamzo and Tayson here. It's a big, big fight, and they seem to be winning it by a large, large margin. Tayson and Iamzo forced to expend some big heals here. Iamzo claps back finally, though, finding his first tag. The chop comes through, and the beautiful 48 swings right into the shield there of Iamzo.
But then Iamzo and Tayson doing a pretty solid job at just creating some space, building some distance, getting a box or two between themselves and where Acorn and Cold are currently situated. And this halt it's going to buy enough time for both parties to essentially utilize the shield resources that they needed to get back to full. But now there is concerns building on the horizon. A couple of other teams getting drawn towards the sound of all this action. TK Turtle Tavern seeming like they wanted to be involved for a moment, but actually then choosing to back off. And even further still from TK and Turtle Tavern, I believe it was Paco and Vorteca. And again, a lot of these players tending to carry 100 DMR, so it would be a lot easier than you think to get some stray shots going, which could really shift the momentum behind who's actually winning inside of those close battle box fights. So I understand the purpose for halt there between Acorn, Cold, Tayson, and Iamzo. Both those teams just too experienced to want to be victims of a third-party intervention.
That's right. Not to mention they already had the big tower there, right? Being able to just repurpose that really gives them the advantage. But talk about advantages. G-Money and Reciprocal should be the first to go ahead and claim the Rift Island here, secure this loot cache. Big opportunities now for them to go ahead and really get situated here, get going, if you will. Some upgrades are in line here. Meanwhile, though, big fight unfolding right now for Mr. Savage and Mongrel. And this is slightly outside the zone up against Quanti and Jocko, so Quante and Yapko obviously are, you know, pretty warmed up on the standings. Their tournament performances so far tell us that they are on their way to the Globals. And Mongraal and Savage likely felt like they had somewhat met their match, so they back off right into another team, by the way. So not just a clean rotate, but directly into a face check. Paper and Victor V, who were trying to rotate dead side. This is not looking good right now for Mongraal, who's almost out of shield here.
And not only that, but now they might potentially get sandwiched. Quante and Yapko, they were just underneath that surge damage threshold. Even though Mongraal and Mr. Savage are above, I'm almost expecting Quante and Yapko to begin trying to key into somebody's box soon enough here, whether it's Victor V and Paper or not. But Victor V and Paper, they were kind of just rewarded for their patience. They spent a lot of time hanging out at their initial drop there at Pantheon Path, hoping to try and cut off some of these other teams. And again, I think initially aiming for that dead side rotate, as you'd highlighted. But now, Mr. Savage and Mongraal, they're actually gonna opt. I think they want to go fishing.
Yeah, they're trying to distance themselves, obviously, and play into a new angle here. But every which way they go, they're finding more and more teams. And look, now their focus is kind of aimed at that team that just moved out.
Oh, they need material.
Expended a lot in that battle there. You know, this is one of those decisions that it's not your first choice, but it's the hand that you've been dealt, right? You got to get your mats up. There's no way you rotate into the mid game without him. Otherwise, you will literally have to fight and catch a quick refresh. One option is much easier to do than the other. Meanwhile, Seek and Dash here have a fight on their hands up against Cold and Acorn. Cold and Acorn still haven't managed to actually finish any of the battles that they've kind of kicked off against these number of different duos.
It's pretty uncharacteristic of them as well, because Cold and Acorn, they're a duo that typically is able to just confirm relatively quick time to eliminations, and yet here today just find themselves kind of getting drawn to these standstills. And Dash and Seek able to put enough return fire onto Cold. They pressured his shield. He knew that he had a pause. Popped that Nuka-Cola, but now Dash one more time, trying to see if he can make an approach from the low ground, and still Cold just insisting on holding this right side peak. Might be able to get another angle, but Acorn's already made the call out. These guys are trying to bail. Cold doing his best to give chase, but he might have gone one step too far without Acorn. But at this point, Monster, they kind of need this material refresh themselves. They're still looking somewhat decent for balance, but as you transition from that mid to late game, especially when you're approaching a plethora of other duos already starting to get situated inside that edge zone, you're gonna burn through that material in no time. And that's why a duo like Acorn and Cold, if they aren't able to confirm a refresh soon enough, they could find themselves in a world of hurt.
Yeah, Cold and Acorn's performance really emphasizes, you know, and showcases this whole conversation that we've had around how, or just how competitive the NA region is right now. Like, this specific lobby is extremely competitive. From the big names that you recognize down to the new up-and-comers, there are so many, you know, high-caliber, well-performing duos kind of involved in this NA roster that it really has made for a very interesting FNCS so far. Mongraal and Mr. Savage from that super wide rotate ended up getting gifted this Storm. So this is perfect for them here, given that they don't have a lot to work with and they still need to farm material. So all these fights that they're engaging into right now, they're entertaining. They have to finish, and they're gonna try to see if they can capitalize in onto Tony's shots are ringing in from the side here, so they have to be quick in securing this, but Tony just lands the monster shot back onto Mr. Savage, really earning his position here amongst the greats. And now look, the lobby's doing the rest with him, almost coming to his rally here.
I could be wrong, but I swear Mr. Savage was just caught in an instance where the wall got taken and he still needed a reload on his shotgun. That either way, it is a tragic closure potentially here. in lobby number 8 because Mongrel trying to do what he can to fight back. Clips Tony, but not enough to drop him outright. Still needs a little bit more damage. Meanwhile, Tony, he's got more than enough. He could potentially just look to rotate and completely abandon this exchange here with Mongrel, but Mongrel knows this is his best opportunity. It's a solo versus solo situation, regardless of what happens after the fact. He wants to just keep hope alive wherever possible. Loses his shield one more time, does still have a few small shield potions to work with, but he's not gonna have an opportunity to pop them just yet, and then flanked from the side. Sphinx ultimately gonna get the elimination credit there. Tough break for Tony as far as points are concerned, but he's already got 5 elims at least, so probably not too upset by this. At the same time, though, it definitely left in tatters.
Crazy to see the gap between 31st and 32nd, where those two duos you just watched clash out in. As we kind of literally tune in, that was Baka landing on Pink and Miro, by the way, and catching a full set of eliminations to keep their tournament run alive, to keep their opportunity chance at the top 5 right now still in the conversation here. Placement points hasn't been given out yet, though. 2 teams will still have to fall here. Love this move right here by Baka to recycle this crash pad here. Looking like he's thinking about landing on a team once again.
That's actual madman behavior, though, for Baka to just crash pad drop on top of a full duo in Miro and Pink. And again, I hate to use the term unlucky at times, but they're sort of just caught fully off guard. It's just very reminiscent of some of the issues that they dealt with in their games yesterday. And speaking of issues, Peterbot's got a massive one. He's forced to play the rest of this lobby out as a solo currently. Relatively low on his build. Yeah, that build count is not where you'd want it to be, but he's trying to see if he can essentially create a refresh in the next few seconds here. Sid and Nerface are incredibly low. This is a winnable exchange for Peterbot, but he doesn't have the same information that we do, MDF.
Yeah, you know, Nerface was just about a tag away and a fresh duo pulled up, but Peterbot's gotta be careful here. Even in the heat of the moment, finds another set of eliminations there onto Edgy there. Couldn't quite secure the loot just yet, but he might have to turn focus here soon. But Nerface, Sid kind of have their attention on him, their eyes set on the Peterbot prize here. Peterbot a bit indecisive, couldn't quite track down those materials there. He's got what looks to be the zone favor, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes hunting for those mats. Once again, try to give it a little bit of a better look. There it is. He can see it just past that second build. Now, if he jumps down, though, he will fall into this spider's web of Vino and Clicks, who, by the way, just moments ago found this elimination here onto Sandman, and that is going to put them in a full-on capped material setting here into this endgame. That is as good as it gets for any duo here. Look at their material count and the fact that they're on the zone with all the surge. This is a great, great game and shaping out to be here for Vino and Clicks. And not so much of a great game right now for Peterbot. If he manages to stay alive, that'll be a different story. But as of right now, you can almost bet against them.
Yeah, in a sense, this is just a complete 180 of circumstances. Veno and Clicks, they know they missed out pretty heavily in what happened in Game 7, so they're trying to make up for the lost time here in Game 8. 4 eliminations already, MDF, and as you highlighted, a strong amount of mats to work with, but the fact that Veno has that Purple Hunter's DMR, you know that they have control of the forecast knowledge from the forecast tower. Victor V and Paper, though, also in an isolated position on the low ground. They're going to pick off Curly and Raze, just completely pinching that duo between separate teams. And Victor V from the sky shooting down Source. It's part of the risky play involved, taking some of these crash pad rotates. All depends on the player aim or surrounding you, and Victor V just absolutely shredding there.
That was just nasty work right there. It's going to put them up at 3 eliminations. Now, do notice that they are running very, very low on material here. 25 builds apiece. Meanwhile, Baka just doesn't stop. He is fighting tooth and nail right now. Top 18 as a solo. He's done this entire end game without the support of Pars here, really showing you. And he continues to recycle every time. We're seeing him reutilize these crash pads here, and it just seems to work out. And it makes sense because the teams that go before him are almost setting up the foundation, and then he's basing up on top of that as you're watching unfold here. But he's only 27 above right now. Action unfolding everywhere. No reason for him to get too hasty here. Don't you dare go for height. Oh, he's thinking about it.
The intrusive thoughts.
Up. This is a safe spot, though. This is actually very smart of him to kind of get underneath, right, the lion's den, if you will.
Wow, in a way, Baka is kind of just playing sabotage to all these teams rotating by him. He might even have come up with a massive W here. He's going to be able to collect Shore's body loot, credited for the elimination as well. And that med kit is perfect timing. He's going to be able to continue playing from the backside of zone, just buying himself a little bit more time, a little bit more placement points potentially, but he's got to get a move on, and he knows it. He's trying to make sure that he at least stays from falling entirely. Can't afford too many more ticks of storm.
Yeah, I love that play. I love that play. He was hoping to obviously squeeze out a top 10. It didn't quite go that way as teams are still pushing the distance, but he's right outside Clix and Vinos' box. They haven't quite spotted him just yet. They might have noticed that there's a cone here, but no, they don't know he's under it. This is so dangerous right now. If you're Clix and Vino, and Clix gets opened on with a monster tag there, and the Storm will do their best. But oh my gosh, that might just fully affect Vino and Clix's chance to actually winning this game. Let's not forget, they were one of the most positioned teams, material count and health-wise, coming into this, so it's gonna slow down their momentum just a little bit, but all of their competition long gone, minus Bryce and Bolts, who have the high ground right now, who are trying to win, by the way, another game here on the FNCS Grand Final stage. The Batman Booga Rapid still in the game right now. 5 eliminations, low ground, front side rotate here, looking very clean, but do not count Clix out here to continue to be the disruptor. He's got a big 5 elims right now.
And Clix doing what he can to try and grab that scattered loot, but he's gonna get cut off from being able to continue still. Rapid, he's got Agers on the other side of this wall. Agers, though, gets the knock onto Rapid. Batman Booga left to try and fend for himself. Agers, not particularly healthy by any means, but he's managed to move up. He's gonna have to drop layer switch one more time, back to the ultimate low ground, trying to break through these pre-existing builds. The elimination credit finally goes off there for Rapid, but it's threats underneath him. He's gonna play the ultimate spoiler card now. Bolt and Bryce looking all but confirmed here for this victory royale, MDF.
And look at the points, right? This is going to jump them way up into the conversation. They were doing, honestly, just fine without the multiplier. Now with the multiplier, victory royale under these circumstances are going to give them such a huge swing up and give them a real chance to be your champions. But right now, first of all, Game 8 is locked and loaded, and they do it once again. Who would think, right, to even fathom that a team can pick up multiple wins under this, again, type of competitive setting, given that we have the most competitive roster we've ever seen on NA taking place right here, right now.
And I think that one of the other crazy aspects to consider as well is that Bolts, he's actually had the second most damage dealt, but he's only had roughly around 8 eliminations. Granted, that shifted towards the end of this last lobby, but it's just the fact that they haven't necessarily even been getting their full credit for the eliminations they could potentially have been securing, and yet these kinds of conversions into victory royales, credit where credit is due though, I respect the attempt there from Threads. It's just a very distinct health difference here that made this win really possible for Bryce and Volts MDF. But I mean, things are definitely heating up right now in NA. Gotta see what happens next though, right after this short break.
Nah, there's no way. When you guys see these standings, you're gonna lose it. Before we get there though, Bryce, Bolts, they get themselves a victory royale. Don't forget, 100 points for getting a victory royale in this game. They decided to take height, and man, did they hold it. And it was enough to take them all the way to the very end. And Vivid, down below, there was just so much chaos. These guys capitalized on every single moment.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible game, really, but it's just, you know, we kind of noticed this towards the end of yesterday in games 5 and 6, where high ground was just kind of like not really being looked at by a lot of teams. And
Yeah.
Bryce and Bolt's just like, yeah, hey, by the way, guys, we're like up here. We're just taking shots on everybody. Nobody's really bothering us. And they just walk away with the win, right? Play the 2v1 at the end very, very well. And as you can see, right, 3 eliminations, not a lot of refreshes throughout the end game. Because again, nobody's really looking up. They can kind of save mats throughout the entire end game. Pretty easy win for them.
Although we weren't able to see at the start of the game, I did notice also that Bryce and Bolts were positioning themselves exactly where the zone was going to go. And yesterday, they were able to get the forecast tower 3 out of 6 games. So I'm kind of wondering if they're able to take that forecast tower that's a little bit southeast of Reckless Railways over there. And that's part of the reason why they're able to kind of control height so well. But man, I love talking about solo clutches, and Threats being able to like come out and bring in a second place as a solo was pretty amazing. Also, Agers was there, somehow able to get another elimination after elimination as a solo. These teams are in the top of the competition, the 50 best teams in the world, because regardless of going down a player, they are still able to make these insane clutch plays.
Okay. You got me hyped, Kelly, because now we got to ask the question, what do these standings look like?
Wow.
Let's take a look together. Let's take a look here at the very top of your leaderboard. We're just going to throw some names around here. Clicks and Veno overtake Peterbot and Pollo in this game. Now, remember, last game, it was Peterbot Pollo's show. Now we flip-flop, but it's only a 6-point lead. But look right behind them, Bryce and Bolts, because of that victory royale. They have just said, you know what? We're all fighting for this now.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. Like, obviously, it's not awesome having somebody like on your tail, right, when you're in the lead, like Clicks and Benoit right now, and then Peterbot and Play, right. There was kind of like this like 2-team race, and I feel like they'd be like, all right with that. They'd be like confident in that. Each team would be like, yeah, no, we got this. Then when a third team kind of enters the conversation, that's when I feel like I would get a little bit nervous, because now there's even more of a chance that one of these other 2 teams kind of take the lead from you.
Veno and Clicks showcasing that it's not just the Veno show. No, Clicks here with 3 eliminations. And if I'm not mistaken, able to get another one as well. And I really appreciate the fact that they didn't go for height here. They didn't have the mats. Instead, they stuck to the low and mid ground, and that's where they were able to thrive.
They can't skip a beat though, right? We're not done. This is just game 8. We still have 4 more games to go. They have to stay locked in. But man, this fight at the top against Peterbot and Pollo going back and forth. In this game, Peterbot is left as a solo, right? Because Pollo goes down. And we saw the same thing from Veno and Clicks last game, right? We're just swapping hands on these plays right now, Vivid. It's so close here at the top.
Yeah, crazy here, right? I was like, oh, I saw Pollo go down. I believe it was the actually cold. And then I was like, yeah, I mean, that definitely stings, but Peterbot's still alive, so I can't believe Peterbot only got 20th place as a solo. Like, we're used to seeing like, what, like top 5 out of him for that. But yeah, I mean, early elimination right there onto Pollo was going to put them in a rough spot in that game right there, but still 4 left to do it. Interesting to see them kind of go down early and get separated like that. I thought they had that figured out. Maybe not.
The fact that Peterbot was put into such a rough position, he was literally smacked in a box between 3 separate teams, and somehow was still able to grab an elimination, get some good materials from the refresh, and hold out for as long as he did. I don't care what people say about him. He is one of the best players in the world, regardless of the position that he is put into.
Talking about more good players here, Kelly. We got to highlight Victor V in paper. Come on. It's our favorite, the most wholesome man on this lobby right now. Victor V and Paper looking to hold it down right now in your top 5. And if they just hold on, if they just keep up that consistency, we will see them at the Global Championships. And then I can high five Victor V.
I am very openly a Paper and Victor V fan. I mean, I would love to see this duo kind of pull through. We've talked about the storyline so many times. Kelly mentioned the fact that Victor V's dad is literally their coach, live coaching them whenever they're kind of playing throughout some of these games, right? New duo formed this season, had an awesome interview that kind of stole the hearts of all of the fans of Fortnite competitive, and then the reactions, right? Kelly, he's getting so much more confident on camera because he's on camera all the time because of how well they're doing.
I might be mistaken here, but didn't Victor V fizz crash pad and eliminate someone in the air, or am I mistaken?
Oh, he did.
What a competitor. Victor V, the young blood, joined by the veteran of Paper. This is not a duo that I expected to be on the level that they are this weekend.
I know, and just before we go, I wanted to just tip the hat there to Baka, a solo clutch. We saw a replay of him flying through the air, landing in a box, and 1v2ing a duo. I mean, guys, everyone here is clawing, fighting for one of these top 10 spots going to the Global Championships. With that being said, we have to jump back into the action. Game number 9 is ready, so find your seats on the bus. Let's go.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, just about anything is possible right now, Monster. But respect to Baka as well, because even when he was surrounded by Clix and Veno, he still waited for that perfect moment to attack, just staying as hidden as possible inside of the cone. And he's not the only one. All of these players trying to secure placement right now.
Yeah, that was just excellent work from Baka, really showing us what he is capable of by himself, right? And you don't really see players play that smart, that strategic, and the amount of recycled crash pads that he pulled through really showed this, that he was absolutely determined to make some big placement points count in that round in specific. So with that being said, I mean, we are halfway through day number 2 right now. We're jumping into this next game here.
Game number 9 is on the line currently, and who is going to look to take it home? We've seen a couple of pretty strong contenders kind of punch their way up the leaderboard, and after Bryson Bolt's last performance, MDF, they have to be on everybody's radar as a dark horse contender for sure.
Yeah, 100%, right? They have been popping in, they're winning fights, they're earning placement points, and also, so is Paper, so is Epic Whales, so is Muzz, right? There are other duos that are really showing out today. Teams that had life yesterday, but are having just as much life today when it matters even more, given the fact that there is a point multiplier. So it just doesn't get any better for any teams other than playing great today. That is literally all that matters. This is a triple contested drop. Obviously, you can see Antonio and Z-Link win their
crazy.
Yeah, and then you got Mpen and Pump just kind of lurking there, still trying to figure out like how to get their footing back on track.
It's more so Antonio and Z-Link, they go cross country. They dropped opposite end of the map. They've typically been landing over towards Mount Olympus and kind of contesting the likes of like Vert and Kylie, for example, but instead that surprise con against Day and Sprite, it just completely deleting them before they have a chance to respond. And unfortunately, Sprite Day, they're not the only ones. Veno and Clix though, Evan, Flappy, they found Veno. They know that this is a duo that likes to play separate from each other at the start. And having successfully knocked Veno, that's gonna put Clix into a very precarious position here. MDF is fully aware of the fact.
Took the body, look at this. They're trying to put him in a position.
The card.
Yeah, they're trying to put him in a position that's gonna make it much harder to camp the card. They threw him off the ledge there, just making it that much more difficult. Wow.
This is, I'm a little bit speechless here, because one thing that was definitely on everybody's minds last night after the course of day 1 lobbies had concluded, are Clix and Veno gonna wind up having to deal with a potential, you know, team contesting them, possibly even 2 triple con at their drop? And Evan and Flappy, one of those duos where you know, they kind of just decided to extend the option. They've been landing a little bit more split kind of towards that coastal columns area, which is slightly further northwest from where Clix and Veno like to go. But Veno and Clix, if there's one thing that they can take away from this lobby, it's that they might have to play a little bit more hip to hip. And again, I think a lot of teams, when you have to deal with that kind of surprise con situation, it can be really frustrating, but hoping they bounce back here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, what are the options at this point? Do you truly risk it all and go for a team that's willing to sit on a card, right? And while intentionally positioning the card too in somewhat of an advantageous position for themselves, or do you just play this out? Do you just take this as a sign to just say, you know what, I'm not even gonna risk it. I'm just gonna play it as a solo. I'll do my best and just move on. Well, we'll just have to see how this game in particular plays out. I mean, we saw what Baka was capable of, but that's a performance I feel like, you know, that comes once in a blue moon, right? Like Baka being able to do what he did to keep his team up inside the top 10 right now was nothing short of phenomenal. And that is hard for any team to replicate, let alone starting off this early, right? Given that there isn't any surge developed, no foundation put behind you.
Yeah, I mean, it is exclusively an uphill battle currently for Clix. And I would say if the top three weren't currently so close together with their points, maybe you start to, you know, shift the idea more towards that I can just play this out exclusively as a solo from the get-go. But the problem is like you highlighted, it's not, you know, losing your teammate around like 4th or 5th zone or even later still, but it seems as if Clix has been able to make some magic happen here, because that reboot van is sounding off. Veno will be brought back into this 9th lobby. Granted, they're still gonna have some struggles to overcome because this has put a real damper as far as their search strategy is considered, as well as the fact that forecast tower, I mean, that basically goes out the window at this point. I don't think that they're gonna be able to actually try and make a play for forecast this game, but at the same time, everything should be just prioritized on getting some surge early.
Seems like that was a very interesting turn of events, by the way. You saw that the duo in the distance was a completely different team, right? That kind of took that surge mountain, and it probably affected how other players were deciding to kind of stick around there. But meanwhile, man, every time we jump in with Pars and Baka, it just seems like, you know, everything's going wrong. What is happening right now? Is it just Baka being Pars having a bit of an off day, and you know, Baka really forced to dig deep here and climb his way out the trenches, right? Because it just continuously seems like that's the way the story's playing out here.
Well, he did it in the last game as a solo situation, but this is not a circumstance that you want to try and have to repeat off in the distance too. You see Baka slowly but surely getting surrounded. Death and Edgy actually gonna opt to chase him out. That's bound to draw some crossfire here from Baka and Vorteca. Straight from the frying pan into the fire, essentially, for Baka as he continues trying to fight his way through here. If he can survive, he does have that forecast knowledge. The problem, though, he is surrounded by players that are not his friend currently. Death and Edgy from the rooftop of the Ship It station, trying to see if they can pinpoint where Baka has wriggled himself away to. But at the same time, there is light at the end of the tunnel here, potentially for Baka. If Death and Edgy get caught up with Paco and Vorteca, that could be the exit way that Baka needs to escape.
Well, Death and Edgy are here, still putting the pressure in on Baka. But obviously, Vorteca and crew, you see them putting up those builds, so this is getting a little dangerous right now. And then enter new competitor Cooper and Kanata. They're in a different distance right now. Cooper's on foot. Kanata putting pressure from the hillside. This can really just go either way for any team right now. But everyone very likely understanding this is a pretty bad spot to be in. Baka, though, just the worst, right? Of all the teams here, just in the worst of the worst positions. 8 material. The fact he's even willing to move first tells us that he's desperate. If he wants a shot at doing anything this game, he has to get out of here.
It might just work, and he might even be able to go down towards the dock and get some fish going for himself. He can fish potentially and just hope that he remains out of sight, out of mind for those 3 teams engaging at the ship-it station now. Pink and Miro, though, in an engagement of their own. Z-Link, Antonio, they've rotated out from the underworld after their successful eliminations onto Sprite and Day, and now they want to see if they can keep that ball rolling. But Miro and Pink, they've definitely got more than enough life left within them. So they're trying to see if they can maybe convert this to 2 eliminations in their favor. They played for the weapons bunker throughout the course of yesterday. They secured it in 4 out of 6 of the lobbies as well. It's just didn't really net them much profit. Day 1, not so much, but I think that was more so to do with the fact that they were left in solo position scenarios. Mira just had an incredibly tough day dealing with flanks from other teams, and that does seem to be a reoccurring theme here for some teams that are on these more outskirt positions of the map, where other duos, other solos just keep sneaking up on them from mild dead side rotates, and it is thwarting a lot of their strategy. So Miro and Pink, they're actually going to opt to forfeit that weapons bunker. They don't want to get caught out in a fight that's bound to be third-partied.
You got to give credit. You know, the points that some of these teams have earned is not always reflective of their skill. Even in that fight, once the Nitro came out, I mean, Z-Link knew, oh, we got to get off this layer. We're not trying to get pushed into the box. And you can see just the little changes like that really let Miro and Pink know probably are not going to have a good time if we stick around here much longer. I'm happy we get this update right here, though. We really did need to see what all was happening with Vino and Clicks. You know, W Edgy, honestly, rotating to the mountain. Death and Edgy probably were the reason that things kind of opened up for Clicks and Vino, but Sandman and Hazard right now have sights here. Definitely the healthier of the 2 duos. I can't imagine that they have a lot of damage, right? Like, they're one of the most southern-based teams.
But they're choosing.
Kicks in, so I don't know.
And that's the thing. They're choosing to play back. They could very well understand that they have a pretty distinct health advantage, but yet they still don't want to actually force the issue there with Clicks and Veno. So it could just be aura at this point. When you really break it all down, MDF, I think that after watching Veno's performance throughout the course of yesterday, and that's not to take away from Clicks by any means either. I think Clicks did a great supportive measure, and he was certainly clutching up in his own regard throughout yesterday's lobbies, but Veno he just looked like Veno on a grand stage. It's a completely separate tier of player to deal with, and so I can understand hesitation in that sense.
Well, a lot happening here. Standoffs occurring, teams starting to get situated. The Nitro Drone, no different. As Kanata and Cooper play this split play style again, and you know, Kanata and Cooper have been at somewhat of a standstill, right? Dead stuck in their tracks. They came into the tournament with about the same amount of points. I'm really not even sure if they've managed to earn anything of significance. And that is super uncharacteristic for someone like Kanata, especially given that he's always performed well in an FNCS finals type lobby. These set lobbies, this is his setting. This is his, you know, ballpark, if you will. But Agers and Rise have trended up the standings very steadily so far. Agers, folks just forget what he is capable of. Big highlights picked up for him this previous game, managing to clutch up for game number 8. Here we have it.
This is really what I was waiting for. I was actually surprised in the last lobby that we didn't see Peterbot and Pollo on top of Rift Island. They're actually beat the punch by G-Money and Reciprocal, I believe. And now Peterbot, Pollo, Peterbot especially, he wants his mythic hand cannon back under his control. He's gonna do everything he can to kind of force Z-Link off from the centerpiece of this island, and Pollo's already basing up, making sure that they have control of that capture point, but Antonio at the same time, a little bit more split from Z-Link than he'd probably like to be. And if they're not careful, once Peterbot and Pollo confirm the capture point and get that loot, they're gonna start fanning out. They're gonna start looking for eliminations. They know that if they want to try and maintain that first place position, they've got to start really separating themselves from that 3-horse race that's currently taking place.
I love how willing they are to just fight for this capture point, fight for the checkpoint that they came here for. It's clearly the objective of the drop, and they are just putting everything on the table. And it's working out for them because they have the damage now starting to add up too, as far as the surge is concerned. But some additional tags come in from onlookers in the distance there. Peterbot and Pollo forced to kind of reset for a moment, but Pollo's got this center piece all locked in at the moment.
He's just trying to make sure that nobody else can look to challenge. He's got the loot floored off essentially, so it won't drop to anyone else but him. And now Pollo, Peterbot, this is where they can really start to take their time and really gauge which teams they want to try and continue challenging. If any at all, they might just sit and wait for some of these other teams to begin rotating and then look to take shots at them after the fact before fully keying anyone that they happen to, if they crack the shields, for example, that'll be, you know, the sign that they can go ahead and get a little bit more proactive with things. But Victor V and Paper, they don't want to be a reactive team here by any means. They're going to try to pressure Sphinx and Dukes just a little bit southwest of the Nitrodrome. There are other teams local to the area right now, so they do have to be wary of the fact that there is strong possibility of getting third-partied here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to glance at the standings because Sphinx and Dukes were up in 4th, right? We're talking about a team that has continued to just play so well. And they haven't done it in any flashy way, just consistent, very accurate play. And Victor V and Paper, I feel like on the other side, have had these big strides, right? Much crazier moments almost unfold for them to put them in the situation that they've landed themselves in so far. So 4th and 5th respectively, sitting side by side here, but time to go. 4th place team's gonna be the first to move here. Or excuse that, 5th place team's gonna be the first to move there, Paper and Victor V.
I'm not sure that Dukes and Sphinx actually had any crash pads available though, but Mongrel and Mr. Savage, they're gonna get caught out on that rotate. Victor V making sure to confirm that second elimination here for this duo. That could be a huge issue though, depending on how fast Dukes and Sphinx actually look to play catch up or whether or not they even spot out the fact that Victor V and Paper are weakened. They are currently in the bottom of this ravine right now, but Victor V and Paper, it didn't even look like it was an intentional start. Mongrel and Mr. Savage just got crash pad landed on.
Yeah, but not only that, Victor V and Paper, we saw the surge update there. The reason they were even fighting Duke and Sphinx in the first place, they initiated that entire battle. They needed to take a fight. They knew that right away, given their light activity this game. So, you know, it was inevitable. The next team that they landed near was going to have to face that challenge. And unfortunately, Mongrel and Mr. Savage just couldn't answer the call there. Vino and Clicks on the move, still alive right now. Peterbot Pollo situated on high ground here, so they also have a problem right now, but that problem's quickly being resolved here through the accuracy of Peterbot. It's impressive what he's able to do.
Oh, yeah.
Sheena's Medallion helps, but these Storm Surge ticks continuing to kind of be this thorn in the side here of Peterbot, just non-stop dropping, picking it back up. Both Peterbot and Pollo looking at completely separate angles, just trying to see if they can pinpoint some damage onto anyone, anywhere, but nobody popping their heads out. Finally, Booga gonna get slightly clipped on his rotate. Now Peterbot recognizing the fact there's a big exchange taking place just underneath him, but there's so many teams rifting around him as well. He wants to look to the skies, he wants to look to the floor below, but he needs to just connect somewhere, anywhere. Same case scenario for Pollo. Our first, second place team, they're teeter-tottering, and they might find their 9th lobby cut short if they can't convert to some damage soon.
They're gonna land on the team below them. I'm fairly certain right now. Or across them. You know what? Why go low when you can go high? And they're gonna take on Braids, and they actually trap them. This is perfect. And a monster shot traded on both sides. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it was gonna be enough, but wait, it might have just bought some time given that the zone's on the move right now. But look, he is hot on the heels here, and they know that they have to finish this. And the time is starting to run out. Although his HP's, of course, regenerating, given the medal. We gotta get elimination here, or they are gonna be sent right back to the lobby. This is gonna give a real shot to our top 3, top 5 standing players to go ahead and jump ahead. But the defense looks a little too good. They'd rather get some fresh builds here. I like that call. There's a wood wall here. But no, not enough time for Peterbot there to make a move. The Storm Surge gets him first. A body tag will keep him alive in the game here. Pollo needs to find one here and now, but nothing opens up for him.
Edgy just got saved, essentially, from Peterbot's aggression. Looked like Brett's got that flank shot to the side, but Pollo, he's only got that Machinist Medallion to depend on as far as his shield situation is concerned. No white heals, and Visuals and Braids have continued to hold the line just underneath Pollo. They are boxed up. They are refusing to budge. And now, if they caught wind of Peterbot's name in that elimination feed, Visuals and Braids might know this is an isolated Pollo. This is a solo. We can take him out.
Definitely a potential there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Paper and Victor V fall to the hands of Jacko and Quanti just a couple of moments ago. That's going to halt all their momentum, giving Quanti and Jacko a big jump up. Still, though, they are below the surge here. No heals either. I mean, I dare say Pollo's in a better position than them. Just with the medallion to buy him some time, and Bolts gets cracked with a headshot from the legendary DMR there. And that damage is going to be felt, but there's just no follow-up. Look at the limited pressure here.
Bryce trying to get that revive, though, off onto Bolt, but he recognizes this is a lost effort. He's going to abandon his duo and look to play this one out now as a solo. Quanti left in the exact same position here. Yapko not going to be able to get that revive. So poor Quanti just stuck inside that low ground. And one more time, Pollo, just a waiting game. It's going to be a lot of dropping and picking back up with this Machinist Medallion. He's bound to flag some other teams in the lobby, though. When they see this medallion consistently being dropped and then picked back up, they've got to know that he is in some heavy pressure. Otherwise, why would he insist on getting that refresh of the 5-tictor shield?
Yeah, definitely. And also just, you know, letting the entire lobby know what's happening here. It doesn't really make much sense, regardless of how you want to cut it up. But a couple significant things have happened. Pollo earned himself placement points and that elimination, right? We talk about how every step towards the finish line counts, and it helps go the distance here, and that's exactly what we're watching unfold. But look at this. Bryce is also a solo here, but a much different situation. He's got plenty of heals. He's got plenty of damage. But Pollo tries to wait this one out, tries to sit this one out, but the Storm just doesn't allow him. He's the only player, what feels like the only player, but no, misses the most important tag right there, but still has a little bit of runway here. He's got to find that elimination. Loses track. And he's scrambling here. He can hear the footsteps, but the zone is all that matters to get to it first. 5 seconds before things start to continue to pick up once again here. Meanwhile, on the other side, you still see Bryce on the move as well. All of that immediate competition, though. As Pollo falls here, Bryce is still in the game right now. 476. The standings are going to reflect some big changes here. Clix and Vino still alive down low. One of the few teams that are still putting in work.
Look at where Acorn and Cold are as well. directly to their side. Veno and Clicks, they've got to be really careful with how they actually choose to play. And it's not going to be the low ground. Instead, they're going to catapult straight towards front side of the next zone. Meanwhile, all the way up on height, Trashy and Threats have found themselves in a relatively strong position. They're trying to just throw tags into all these players that they see rotating, and they're gonna come up behind Seek, but not gonna be enough damage just yet to get the knock outright. Instead, Threats, one more time, just continuing to apply pressure from overhead, but he's got the right weapons to do it. Between that Thunderburst SMG and the Mythic Hand Cannon, it's gonna be really difficult for these teams to actually try and challenge him on height, but Clicks, Veno, they might take their shot at it.
And they're taking their shot straight at building a very, very strong lead right now. They're going to be the first team to crack this 500-point threshold here just through placement points alone, because they don't have any eliminations. They haven't earned any yet. But no pressure, no worries. Meanwhile, Tayson and Yamzo continue to put in work here. That's their 4th elimination now. 2 more zones on the move here. The NA FNCS Grand Finals is really starting to get interesting right now as Tayson and Yamzo continue to just work the mid-ground layers here. On the ultimate low, Clicks and Veno still moving here, finally earning themselves Taco their first elim. Maybe they'll get their second here.
Mixon, though, just gonna barely manage to layer switch and then save his life for a moment longer. Clicks, clips Miro on that next transition forward. Front side of zone, though, gonna be their demise. They get cut off by a team that's already boxed up in the mid-ground. Now coming up behind them, Cold, Acorn here. They're also gonna elevate just slightly, still playing from a relatively low ground position, and they've got tabs on some of the teams that are sort of surrounding them at this point. Finally, they move up to another mid-ground layer. They've caught Seek entirely, wall him off, don't allow him to continue trying to follow his teammate. Rapid's gonna be up next here, and Acorn and Cold have really seemed to have found their stride. 7 eliminations already for Cold, some massive elimination points on the day so far.
This right here is exactly what they needed as well to really start to change the momentum, to give them the chance to start climbing back up. But Threats, even as a solo right now with no material, is putting up a front of this high ground here, just trying to show everyone that, hey, you're not in control, someone else still is. Hand Cannon's out here trying to see what he can make do with this. Yamzo playing a little cat and mouse right here. Shot comes through, and oh my gosh, Threats connects. He picks up the little bit of material that gets generated from the elimination here. This gives him some elevation. Yamzo's gonna fall there, and Threats is still on the move. Look at this weakened Noxie behind the wall. One tag, but no! He ends up falling there. Noxie falls too, and Acorn and Cold in the end will win that game. And the momentum for them has finally shifted. They caught wind in their sails, and they're off.
It just seems like the moment that Cold really starts to string together those series of eliminations, nothing can stop him. It's almost like every elim just charges him up even more so, and they were the only duo that was still left intact in those final moments, MDF. It was just all the solos surrounding them, so quick pickings that they took full advantage of.
Very impressive game. Very, very impressive game, because look, they absolutely needed these points. They came in that 100, point range. They were just struggling, right? And a monstrous win like this, these are the games that really propel you up towards the top, right? It's gonna jump them up probably well over 100 points. I mean, they hit that double-digit victory royale, one of which, honestly, we haven't even seen over the course of this week, and that's probably the biggest victory to be captured here on the grand final stage. So game 9, locked and loaded for Dignitas, Acorn, Man City's Cold, and that is gonna for sure propel them into this conversation now, Taco.
Yeah, I mean, 11 eliminations on top of the 100 Victory Royale points. The leaderboards are starting to look kind of crazy, but we'll get more insight as to that right after the short break.
I'm sorry. Did Acorn and Cold just have a 166-point game here at the halfway point of grand finals? What is going on? This tournament is alive. It's breathing. It is on fire. It is changing. Acorn and Cold, guys who already have spots to global championships, guys who just came in and said, hey, I know we've been under the radar, Zeke. It's fine. You want some big games. All right, Zeke will give you a big game. Vivid, 166 points out of a single game. What?
Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I should have saved the line when I mentioned after the first game of the day when Dukes and Sphinx won that. I was like, yeah, listen, here we go. NA fashion. We're gonna have an insane comeback from them. No, it's gonna happen in game number 9 by Acorn and Cold, continuing that conversation, putting themselves up surely towards the top of the leaderboard. Like, can't wait to see how that one actually comes out. But yeah, 11 eliminations by the duo, and this just looked so free-flowing, right? It looks like they're just running around. Nobody's even looking at them, Kelly, and they're just finding all of the eliminations. So many refreshes.
I mean, Acorn and Cold, this actually isn't the first time that they've done this. If you look at Major 2, they finished day 1 in 31st place. And then in day 2, finished off in 2nd, rounding out their top performance in 5th. So, Acorn and Cold, we talk about this a lot, right? Who are the day 2 teams? Who's going to be able to thrive? And this is Acorn and Cold. They are definitely a day 2 team if you look to the most recent Major, and they are pulling out all the stops now.
I just cannot believe that. There's so much that kind of all happened in this last game. We just want to quickly run you by a couple things that happened, highlighting threats here. Back-to-back solo clutches from threats. I don't know how all of these players are just pulling out these unbelievable solo performance, man. I bet by the end of this season, the solo impact points are going to be crazy for everyone. But again, for Trashy rather, he's got to be feeling like, Threats, you are the man.
Yeah, just another one of those games, right? Higher gun, whoever's kind of has it, they're just kind of rolling away with it right now. But I mean, Kelly, you've talked about that hand cannon multiple times in the hands of Threats. I mean, he is talked about because of his aim. Clearly very dangerous in his hands as well.
Oh, speaking of dangerous, we are seeing Clix and Vino just take the tiniest bit of a lead over Peterbot and Poyo. But look how close the rest of the lobby is, Zeke.
That's the problem, Kelly, right? The moment that any of these teams in the top 7 go down, it's a free-for-all once again. A couple things to point out. So 7th place, Acorn and Cold, right? With that victory out, they jump up here. But look at this point disparity. Less than 100 points from first all the way down to 7th. Vivid, the Victor Royale by itself is 100 points. This is still anyone's game.
This is so insane right now. Like, this FNCS is far from over. And I was calling it coming into this week, and I was like, listen, I think we're gonna have a race all the way down to game 12. It's gonna be between 2 teams. Right now, we've got like 7-8 teams keeping themselves in the conversation. And Veno and Clix, listen, I did not like how this game was going at all. I don't think any Clix fans, any Veno fans were liking how this one was going, right? They had to get a reboot. Veno got called off, and I was like, wow, like this is not good for them in terms of being on the leaderboard, right? They're getting a reboot off. No way they do well this game. And then they pull out an 11? Like, how was that even possible?
To be able to turn around getting rebooted and then somehow not struggling with Storm Surge just proves how well-rounded Vino and Clix are, sticking to the low ground, sticking to the front of zone. And yes, they did go down in 11th, but clearly that is not an issue, saying that they are still in first place with the most amount of eliminations out of anyone in the top 10 right here. But man, just look at the names that we have here. Batman, Booga, and Rapid being in 5th place, down a game from yesterday.
I don't even know. NA has brought the heat today. We wanted to take a look and break down damage dealt in these games, right? Let's take a look at this graphic together. So I'm just gonna let the numbers speak for themselves, but just look at the damage dealt by players individually. I mean, what is going on?
I mean, this is the numbers for the 3 games that we've seen today, right? So Cold, Obviously, after that incredible performance right now, averaging more than 1,000 damage per game. Almost all of these players up here in the top 5 for damage dealt individually are averaging almost 1,000. No surprise there to see threats, right? We've seen a couple of solo clutches. Bryson Bolt's obviously having a great day too. No surprise to see him up there. But Rise, let's keep our eyes on Rise, right? I know Jason, or not Rise, Rise and Agers are kind of keeping themselves in the conversation of qualifying for globals right now, and that damage is definitely helping.
This is just. Oh, sorry.
Really quickly, Kelly, I want to jump in here because I just found out that Peterbot and Poyo, this is the first time they've ever gone down or actually been zapped by Storm Surge.
Yep.
What is going on in these games? The first time that we've watched Peterbot fall to Surge? Like, what?
Yeah, I'm happy that you kind of bring that up, right? This is the first time throughout this grand final they took any damage from Storm Surge, like you mentioned, going down to it ultimately as well. And then, you know, Kanata's hitting the socials right now. Like, he's talking about how much Storm Surge damage he feel like he has, but it's still not enough. Like, is Surge getting harder progressively as these grand finals go on? Usually, Kelly, we see a trend of the games be a little bit less stacked, but right now, everybody's kind of reflecting that that's not the case.
I mean, you have to think about it. What is going through these players' minds right now? They only have 3 more games to go before it's all over. This isn't just the last chance for them to get into global championships. This might be the last time that these players play in a level of the FNCS until next year if they don't make it into the global championships. This is it. It's do or die. All of these players are pulling out all the stops. This is exactly what we asked for, and I can't believe we're great, like getting it. Zeke, great job on the script, man.
Thank you. I spent a lot of time writing this script. Only 3 games left to go here. The halfway point begins right now. Taco, MDF, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, I want to reiterate the fact that less than a victory royale separates 7th to 1st place. You cannot afford to fall early. If any of the teams that are on your heels take a dub, they will be rocketing right past you. And Taco, this is going to make for an exciting next 3 games. So let's jump on that battle bus one more time. Game 10 is here. We are now starting to see what could be the breakaway competitors, but do not count out your veterans. Cold and Acorn have officially shown us after last game's performance that you can earn over 150 points and literally double your position in this tournament at any given time. And that alone, that prospect alone, is just crazy, but it's only possible, Taco, right? Because of the way that the format is structured.
And look, normally it'd be very easy to say, yeah, a 166-point game. Clearly, every single one of the stars aligned. But the problem is that Acorn and Cold, it's not their first time doing something of this caliber in a finals lobby. They are 10,000% a duo that can repeat that type of performance on the fly. So if our competitors weren't already paranoid, to an extent, it has to be setting in here. And that's where I think the conversation for me right now, MDF, is who can maintain their cool, because it becomes very easy to let those, you know, lobby moments kind of turn into these late game jitters. But the experience, I think, is really going to showcase itself here for a lot of our competitors.
And you make a great point. Like, if that was the case, if that was true for someone like Clix and Vino, I mean, last game, it would have been over the moment Vino was taken out, right, in the opening exchanges. So I think you're absolutely right that, you know, mentality is super important, but again, being able to keep your cool, right, bounce back, reset, stay focused and locked in is what matters. This is a rematch right here between Evan Flappy, Vino and Clix from the last game. Last game, Vino was obviously caught off guard at the mountaintop to the north. Now they are very much aware that they have competitors nearby. Look at how much differently they're positioned and early shielded up. Vino, so far, loadout-wise, is telling us that he is for sure ready for anything. I like that they're going to start distancing themselves, though, and not look to stay here for too long, right? You don't want to lose all of your timing here.
Well, that, and I think Venom also just kind of trusts Clix to hold his own from this position, because Clix is going to be able to kind of keep eyes on what Evan and Flappy are actually scheming here at this point. I mean, the fact that they're even contesting them at all is rather surprising, but Veno, he wants this box fight. He wants these 12 elimination points, essentially, if they're able to confirm both of the elims. And not only that, but they'd completely clear out their drop spot here at Sandy Steps, which would it kind of get that monkey off their back, you know? They've got to deal with the pressures of having another duo just consistently surprise, challenge them, but early points, early surge, that can go a long way for Clix and Veno.
I like how they didn't just sit around and wait for them to actually make a move or allow them to get too much material. Instead, they're taking that advantage right away through pure offense here. And this is how you really make a statement, if you will. Veno's got to be careful, though. He's going to expose himself here. Does get tagged on the move in, but still, it's just a matter of time. There's a great tag right there as well, and you can see that this feels almost personal at this point to finish this fight, but as they continue to invest here, other teams are slowly creeping in on the outside, hearing what's happening, seeing what's going on. That's about the second crash pad we've seen. Looks nearly bots right there, so he's got to lock in. And it's Edgy and Death who's making their same rotate right back to that mountain, so you can see that almost behavior kicking in, right, from some of those other teams there.
Oh, wow. This is a little bit surprising, though. Mongrel and Mr. Savage, for a moment there, it looked like they're going to intervene with Victor V and Papers' 10th game lobby plans, but instead, it seems like it was a little bit more of a front. They just wanted to force Victor V and Paper away from their position, back over the Pantheon path, and look who's creeping up on them. Vert and Kylie, the crouch approach to not reveal their position. And I think, I'm almost certain Vert and Kylie know that Victor V and Paper, sure enough, they've caught wind of them now at the Flame Boost Hoop. Victor V, at least for right now, out in the open, doesn't realize just how exposed he is from behind, but Kylie and Vert, they are being so patient with that approach.
Well, here's a couple of the teams that I've been calling some of the disruptors in this lobby. Nerfface and Sid are one of two duos, I would say, because the other is Seek and Dash. They have taken out some big names. You just can't ever count them out of the conversation. This time around, Nerfface and Sid are going to give Boyo and Peterbot a fight worth disengaging from. And that's not the first time we've actually seen that happen. For one reason or another, they play very well against Boyo and Peterbot. It's almost as if they just read them very well. You know, sometimes you meet your match. Veno and Clix, though, they'll fight once again against Flappy and crew. Veno makes a mistake there and almost literally pays for it with his life, but manages to kind of regain his footing there, slip out of the box. I'm not sure if he wasn't even loaded there. Potentially his shotgun wasn't ready. They should win this.
I'd be very surprised if they lost it at this point, MDF, that's for sure. Flappy already having been knocked. That's going to be a little bit of siphon material. Now it's just up to Clix. See if he can get the rest of those shots landed with that Thunderburst. Unfortunately, Evan going to be able to hide for just a couple seconds longer, but the moment that Clix and Veno crash pad towards him, he's just toast. So Clix, Veno, slight delay to their forecast tower strategy, but at the same time, they've now got 12 elimination points in hand. They're going to have to refarm some material because obviously Evan and Flappy were able to definitely disrupt them in that regard, but being able to confirm the forecast tower, that alone is the ultimate victory card there for Clix and Veno, because I'm really interested to see what they do with that future forecast knowledge.
I think they also just got a lot of damage. That team was able to kind of heal up, right? Come back again. They got the down body, finished the down before going for the, you know, teammate Evan in that circumstance. So those little exchanges, those turn of events there, right? Those key moments definitely add to the damage. But overall, the game rages on here. We're still very much in the early game here of game number 10. After this round, there will just be 2 more opportunities to solidify your place in a podium finish here for the grand finals, and of course your spot to the globals. Let's see, Bryson Bolt's here. One of the most surprising performances of Bryson Bolt's career has come this weekend with multiple victory royales across the span of these 2 days, most notably picking up that Game 9 victory. Or sorry, Game 8 really was the second game here today. But look at this, Yamzo and Tayson taking a storm fight.
And not with just anybody, it's Poyo and Peterbot. And we've seen this a couple of times in past lobbies as well, but Poyo and Peterbot have tended to get the better end of Tayson and Yamzo. Keep in mind, though, the leverage that they have over so many other teams is that Machinist Medallion. It is much easier to kind of stretch out or force out other teams' resources. That could be a big part of the reason why Yamzo and Tayson, they got a couple of shots worked in there, so they'd rather take their odds elsewhere. They want to make sure they're able to rotate sufficiently into this next zone. As things continue to pool, a little bit more action going to start to build near Brawler's Battleground, and Tayson and Yamzo, they're just trying to keep a low profile for the time being, but I'm not even sure they recognize the fact that they're getting soft-trailed right now.
You have to stay on high alert here. Agers and Rise got their mark set on Cooper and Kanata. It seems like Kanata was caught, obviously, outside. Unexpectedly there, loses a lot of health, but not enough for Agers and Rise to overcommit to the battle. They're just content with the little bit of damage that they managed to pick up there, and now they want to distance themselves away here. I like how they're playing also cautiously too, not rotating too freely there.
Looked like Kanata and Cooper were just about to encounter Bryce and Bolts, though. Might have to revisit that one shortly, as Cold and Acorn looking to exchange shots. They're a little bit sandwiched right now, though. And with 2 teams kind of surrounding them here at Redline Rig, I know Acorn and Cold, the last thing they want is to be caught in the middle of everything. They might just crash pad out of here, sure enough. They're not going to wait, stick around and find out what could happen next. They want to make sure that they get themselves into a slightly more favorable position. One shot going to be applied to them inside of this bush they're currently hidden inside of. But Cold still doing his best to remain as aware as possible, keep looking for surge tag damage wherever possible.
It's a nice little look at what Mongrel, Mr. Savage strategy in the early game has been. This time they switch it up from big surge base down to camping around one of these flaming hoops here. Of course, a point of interest for rotating teams, but we talked about the problem being the, you know, lack of players in the southern areas. It almost feels like, you know, it makes more sense that you get overactive, right, and kind of give up these hoops and you kind of get into some northern POIs. That seems to be where all the fights are taking place. Speaking of which, you have Tayson and Yamzo swinging through Mount Olympus. Couple teams already moving out of here, heading further northwest. They don't see anyone just yet.
But they're still hunting. That's the main pickup here right now for Tayson and Yamzo, even though they're in a currently separate spot right there at Mount Olympus. If they want to try and defend that position, they're going to need to try and control the flow of some of those later rotators. Baka and Pars, though, this is a very welcome sight. We've actually got one with the other this time. Last 2 lobbies, we saw only Baka. And last lobby specifically, Baka didn't really get to actually utilize having confirmed that forecast tower. So this time around, not sure if they were able to get the forecast tower. Don't believe it's currently in their possession. Didn't see that Purple Hunter's DMR on Baka, at least. Maybe Pars is the one currently holding it, but being a duo is always going to be a better position than the solo circumstances that we've seen Baka have to work with.
Yeah, Baka has, you know, held up his end of the relationship, if you will. Really pulling in work, pulling weight here. Meanwhile, Acorn and Cold have bounced their way right back into this tournament. And it was crazy because if we think about how this all started, I mean, I wouldn't have thought for them to be in top 10 already, right after just 3 performances. But here they are. Only team on the Rift Island right now. And I think that's the first one we've actually seen spawn down here. Most of these other zones have been relatively similar, so we've seen them kind of fall into the hands of Peterbot and Boya being the first to take claim.
Ooh, this is rough right now for Rise. 2 separate duos directly east and west of him, not to mention the teams that are currently fixated on top of Rift Island. And he's below the surge threshold, so it's essentially a pick your poison situation. Who do you think you can take out first? Or at least maybe he can hope to try and apply some side shots into teams. Maybe if they get a little bit too antsy with each other on the Rift Island, but that downward position, it's going to be tough for him to get any sort of line of sight. He's in for a pretty difficult matchup here. As Bryce and Bolt. Bryce, we see him dropping, just trying to escape. Bolt still playing it out from Rift Island, but he's going to take the Ascender back down. Doesn't want to risk it. They'll take a moment to pause here. Try and regenerate their shield and white heals. Plenty of floppers to go around, though, for Bolts at least. So I don't think Bryce is in all that dangerous of a position any longer. Fact of the matter still remains, though. They've now fallen underneath that damage threshold, but jumped right back up to the top of it. With some other player eliminations taking place in the lobby.
A little bit of pressure coming into Rise as he's trying to also fish for information here around him. He's not even close to being safe. Even more teams past him. That sniper glint being picked up right there. Great double tag right there. It's going to give him a huge 120 damage swing. That update right there showing us exactly where they stand in 8th coming into this game. Rise with no agers. We haven't really seen that happen, so this is a first for the duo. Not too far off Peterbot and Boya right now. Trying to piece together the little bit of mistakes, if you will, the holes in their game plan that really started to poke through just last round, where they took storm surge damage for the first time in this tournament, which is, you know, incredible in its own to think that they've been able to stay that consistent. But look at this. Peterbot forces the edit out of Bolts there. Doesn't quite catch him with the open edit. Backs off. Just showing them, you know, we're here.
It's not a fun surprise party by any means for Bryce and Bolts at least, but the way that Boya and Peterbot are kind of eyeing up the horizon, you could tell that they definitely want to look for a fight. Not really accustomed to just sitting barely above that surge threshold, and Rise one more time finds himself below it as well, despite us having watched him just secure a little bit more than 120 damage. It's still not enough. So many players taking the soul shells, even kind of lamenting the fact that I feel like I'm doing so much and yet it's still coming up so little in the grand scheme of things. And I think even when we were looking at the player damage numbers in between lobbies here, MDF, we saw just the absurdity behind the amount of damage that players have been putting up individually. And that's kind of the level that everyone has to be if they want to remain healthy above that surge damage threshold.
I really do appreciate how Rise has had a game plan this entire time, right? Waiting for the rifts to come out, trying to capitalize there. But look, he's poked the bear a little too much up against Bolts and company, but Bolts and them need the damage as well, so they push in. But Bryce is unfortunately going to fall to the hands of Rise. So a big pump shot followed by what was either a surge tag or a combination of both alongside the storm is going to take him right out. And Rise is still standing So the real question is, was it worth it? Seems like the answer is going to be no here, as more teams are now looking in at them as well. So they both have a problem here.
But Rise, looks like Bolt's found somewhat of a solution. He's still sitting just below that damage threshold. That pump shot, though, to secure the elimination onto Rise is at least going to be some good points to add to the count, but he needs more than that on his tab right now. Bolts has ample amount of material. He's kind of just hoping that a stray team or something can get caught out on a crash pad rotate. He's gonna have to take matters into his own hands. Just firing some shots towards Clix and Veno's direction, but is immediately spotted out by teams the opposite way. And the fact that he's moving as a solo is bound to be a huge red flag. All these other teams in the lobby bound to be looking towards his metal box.
Take a look at these elims right here. Peterbot and Boyo jumping up to this Rift Island. They just keep fighting for this Rift Island. If you've noticed, their strategy has almost revolved around get up here, take any fight, because it seems like this is probably the safest way to do it, given the extra elevation that the Rift Island gives you. And that's a perfect set of 2 right there. So more points for them. And talk about just being extremely resilient. Bolt is still in this game from low ground to now elevating himself, but the zone has already moved. And I was gonna ask the question, why is Vino so far from Clix? But it was just making sense. They have the information of the next zone. Of course, he's gonna be edging his way towards positioning himself for the next big swing there. And this is what's given them the advantage of the early pull here.
Did see Baka and Pars, though, potentially cutting off Clix and Veno, and that's where Bolts is going to find himself crash padding towards as well. Threats and Trashy could be joining the fray here, and Bolts, he's going to land right on top of the boxes that Clix and Veno have already established, and he immediately draws the attention from the rest of the lobby. Almost surprised that Clix and Veno haven't opted to just look back, but they might not recognize the fact that Bolts is a solo just yet. Bolts still doing what he can, though, but he is in a dire situation right now, MDF. Over 259 damage below threshold. Veno gonna poke his head up. He's finally figured out where some of these shots are coming from, and he sees that it's a solo. He knows he can close this one out in rapid time, and this could be an easy 6 points for Veno and Clix to add to their tab, but Veno, Clix still very much being cautious with their approach. They don't want to find themselves getting flanked.
I'm also thinking they might be second-guessing themselves, given all that metal there. Veno kind of waits for a moment, hesitates on finishing the fight, but now comes through. Here's the single steps above him and knows, okay, this is definitely a solo here. So there goes a pickup. More material for him, more ammunition, everything that you can ask for here to be set up. First solo, Bolts had a lot going for him. Minus damage, really, is what it came down to. But look at this. You have Cold and Acorn also getting active while we were following along what's happening there. On the other side of the zone here, they find Phenom and Ziggy there with a quick finish as well. Doesn't even cost them anything other than a little bit of time to pop in there. And I'm seeing Muzz and Epic Whale ever so lurking. We haven't really followed their early and mid games, right? We just see them pop up in end game over and over. And look at them making it past the mid game as well.
Kind of just glimpses here and there, essentially. Hope to be able to see them follow through, though, on a nice end game lobby. But for right now, all eyes on Peterbot and Poyo. They're trying to prevent Crisp and Noxy from actually following through, from actually crawling their way to the top of this next hill. Zone has pulled all the way over towards Reckless Railway. And Dukes and Sphinx, same layer, but only for a moment. They're going to be forced to drop to that ultimate low ground. Duke's stuck swimming in the water even, and Peterbot knows it. He's just continuing to assault their builds, trying to keep chopping that floor out from underneath them. Sphinx doing everything he can to try and hold down the wall, try and allow Duke some time to breathe, the time to regenerate his shields, but Peterbot is relentless. He just refuses to let Sphinx and Dukes have a moment to chill.
I like this because he's got to go that way anyway, so might as well have the lobby probably help him take this team down and get the refresher on the way through. Here comes the move, though. Everyone's out. Trashy, one of the first to fly overhead. Trashy and threats. Last minute, right? We had a whole conversation about teams that had to just make do with the hands that were dealt. Trashy and threats are in that conversation right alongside Muzz and Epic Whale. Mixin still alive right now. A little bit of life coming out of Baja Mixin. You love to see that. I see Booga and Aviv here trying to make up for time too, but the focus is in on our teams that are above that 500-point threshold. Meanwhile, though, Mongrel and Mr. Savage trying to pull an Acorn and Cold here. A victory royale in the final moments to try and jump them way up into a solidified position for Grands, or for Globals, I should say, but on the front side of zone, I love that Vino's and Clicks are already here, but they're starting to run out of material. Things are looking so dicey here.
They're essentially surrounded at this point, but they were one of the first teams to kind of touch down on this hill. They've got a good controlling position. Now it's just about, can they overthrow height? They're looking up. Veno trying to make a layer switch, but instead going to continue to just force his way through toward the front side of zone. Batman Booga and Rapid may even be the ones to play spoiler here. The Mongrel and Mr. Savage's high ground take, but instead the real enemy that Mongrel and Mr. Savage are facing is their lack of builds. Peterbot Pollo from the low ground, though. They've caught wind of an injured Acorn. They're trying to see if they can keep pressuring, but they're gonna be forced to abandon that idea for right now. It's Mixin that they could be after.
Just about every team standing right now has a very relevant position on the leaderboard, including Vino and Clicks, who are under focus target right now of Peterbot and Pollo. They get a lot of damage in, but not enough to solidify the finish. Meanwhile, Threats is weakened. Someone else finds that Elim right there. Someone comes from behind. It's Cold and Acorn, and Cold gets finished. Fully secured there. Here comes Vino around the side. Builds are open, and they're going to fall. 7th place secured. A big, big game for them. And Booga and Aviv have control of the low ground, but height is held with no material by Mr. Savage and Mongrel. And they will have to give this up as soon as Peterbot comes over. He recognizes, hey, high ground's not building. I don't care. I put everything on the line here and takes it from them just like that. But even now, that puts them in an even worse position, right? They have no mats to work with here. It's going to all come down to gunplay, gun skill.
Yeah, but where they don't have mats, they do have accuracy. Peterbot gonna find another elimination. Actually, no, it was cleaned up instead by Batman Booga, but Peterbot still, he wanted the body for the loot. Won't get a chance to actually make his way through. Booga now underneath with Aviv. They're the only thing standing between Peterbot Pollo and this next victory royale. Instead, Booga, Aviv, they want to take this for themselves, but Booga falling incredibly low here. Pollo now gonna find himself with no shield and no chance to keep this one going. Booga, Peterbot, 1 versus 1, but Peterbot's just better.
Peterbot hits the tags in the end. Booga was so desperate trying to grab those mats, and at least he secured the elimination. Those points do tend to add up, and he needed them more than anyone in that game. But Peterbot and Pollo winning a game here is going to tell us that they have very likely closed the gap that was starting to be built by Vino and Clicks, and not to mention they also were very much a big part of Vino and Clicks following this game. Just look at how they started to dismantle this entire lobby here, looking up to high ground, snatching things away right from underneath the hands of Mongrel and Mr. Savage there, and then turning this into a scrappy 2v2. Aviv and Booga had every opportunity to win this fight, but unfortunately lose their ones there. Pollo put so much damage to Booga there. Look, right camera peek, tracking was great. He gets the win, and Peterbot and Pollo take game number 10 now, locked and loaded there.
And yeah, it's just so tragic as well if you're sitting from Clix and Veno's perspective, because they had an okay game. They had a good one even, some could argue, but Peterbot and Pollo just had a fantastic lobby here. It's all going to come down to the final hour, it feels like, MDF, but we'll find out what that leaderboard is looking like right after this short break.
I have one question. What is going on? Peterbot, Pollo, come out with a victory royale here in game 10 of 12. 2 games left to go. Who is letting them get victory royales, people? 9 elims on the duo. We are jumping up to 641 points. They want to keep the Axe of Champions. They are looking to get the back-to-back. They must defend this title, Vivid. That is what they're doing here. They're putting everything on the table and say, we are not going to give up. We are not going down without a fight.
I mean, a couple of slow games. They're back-to-back 20th places for the duo. The questions started to come in. Are Clix and Veno going to run away with this one? And then the instant answer, the victory royale, 9 eliminations worth so many points. They just established a lead on the leaderboard. Peterbot and Pollo, they're just too good. You can't count them out.
They didn't even claim Rift Island this game. They were there, but they weren't able to get the loot. In fact, that was going to be Acorn and Cold that were able to take that away. But Peterbot and Pollo, once again, waiting for the exact right time to take height, drop down, go for the eliminations. It was Booga and Aviv trying to fight against Peterbot and Pollo in the final moments, and we all thought it was going to be Booga's game. 1v1 with Peterbot and Booga, and Peterbot being Peterbot gets the final elimination. I cannot believe what we are witnessing right now, Zeke.
I wanted Booga to win that, right? 5 years ago, he wins Fortnite World Cup. It's like so poetic, right? That is what he was channeling there with Aviv in those final moments to take it to a top 2, to take it with so many eliminations there. Booga and Aviv are also looking for spots, the global championships. Let's take it to the standings. We only have 2 games left to go here, and NA is going absolutely sicko mode right now. Look at this top 3, okay? Peterbot, Pollo, they finally said, Clicks, Veno, y'all need to step aside. But trashy threats are also here. Batman, Booga, and Rapid are moving up. Acorn and Cold are looking to strike as well. This top 10 right now is so crazy fluid. Now, obviously, Peterbot, Pollo, 641. They're so far ahead of everyone else. But second, down to 10th is still super close. Remember, Victory Royale is 100 points.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about Clicks and Veno, right? Because now the story completely switches up. Contested at their POI, right?
No!
And I keep saying,
No!
it. Their early game like strategies, they keep getting messed with. I mean, last game they had to reboot. This game they had to deal with a surprise contest, and they're still making it to the end game. I seriously, like, not even kidding you, I have no idea how they're doing it. I continue to say, like, wow, early game looks terrible for them. They're so far behind on the rotations. Obviously, getting contested isn't going to help them. They just keep making it work. I don't know.
It's wild if you look at the placements that we're seeing over these last 3 games for just how top heavy the competition's become. Acorn and Cold getting a 6th, 1st, and 6th. Trashy and Threats getting a 2nd, 3rd, and 8th. Oh, Peterbot and Pollo, that's fine. They got a 1st place and a 3rd place. Batman, Booga, and Rapid get a 2/3 and a 5th today. Everyone is pulling out all the stops. Everyone is no longer fighting for top, I think we're at top 12 right now, depending on who's in the leaderboard. Everyone wants this 1st place spot. And although Peterbot and Pollo do have just a bit of a lead, we can see how quickly the tides can turn in this competition.
You talk about tides turning up on the high ground for a moment, right? Mongrel, Savage, they have height. They're looking it down. And then Batman, Booga, and Rapid decide, we're going to take the fight to height. It is time. I also have Booga in my name. I am also a GOAT. I will look to fight for this right to go to the Global Championships. These guys are also popping off. I mean, the fact that so many different storylines are all happening here, like mostly time, you know, we have a few duos, like, oh, there's 2-3 duos leading the pack. No, this has been an all-out brawl across the board, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're going to be watching Batman Booga right now, but I got to go ahead and mention Booga. We already talked about him, but throughout the days so far before this game right here, Booga and Aviv have picked up a total of 18 points. 18 points over the course of 3 games, with that 4th game right there, bumping themselves back up in the top 10, getting into that kind of global championships qualification spot is awesome. And yeah, you were right, Kelly. We're looking at top 12 right now because we have 2 teams that are already qualified for global championships in that top 10. It's going to be top 12 as it stands right now.
Baka and Pars currently in 12th place. We saw them get the back-to-back victory royales yesterday, but slowly slipping down the leaderboard, currently at the precipice of which teams will be finding their ticket into the global champions. Come on, guys, we know you have it in you. And once again, looking at the top right here, and I know I've said this so many times, I'm gonna say it again. Batman, Booga, and Rapid, and Bryce and Bolts deserve so much credit, considering the fact that they're in the top 10 with 1 less game played than all the other teams.
I'm gonna pass out. Okay, I'm gonna pass out. We have 2 more games to go. Okay, like, if you can't tell by now that this is the craziest grand finals we've seen yet, you need to open your eyes. Just look around. 2 games left to go here. A top 12 finish as it stands right now is enough to take you to the Global Championships in September. The fight for the Axe of Champions is still alive and breathing and going back and forth with 2 games left to go. How does this all wrap up? MDF Taco, good luck. Good luck. That's all I can say. Good luck.
Yeah. And it's not over yet, not even close. We know that there's a real battle on our hands, and we have a long way to go. There is still an hour of competition in front of us. 2 more big games, game-defining opportunities right now. I don't know which way it's going to go, Taco. I'm going to be honest with you, but my best bet is it's going to be a wild one.
Look, all I can say is that if my heart rate is going crazy just watching all the action that's going down, I can't even begin to imagine what it actually feels like to be playing in some of these final moments. But we're right here on the penultimate game, as some would say. MDF, lobby number 11, ready to roll.
You know the best part about all this, even regardless of how, who wins this grand, finals right now, we're going to see Clix and Vino at the Globals. We already know that. They have more than enough points to remain well inside the top 10, as do some of the other teams that are now in this final race for a podium finish spot. Who will remain up amongst the top 3? Who's going to take that Global Axe of Champions? This FNCS Axe of Champions, it's going to be ridiculous to watch play out. I'm excited, though. Game 11's here. Things are just getting started, and we know that, Clix and Vino in particular are being straight contested, right? And this is a super surprise to them. Very interesting, though. Maybe the team actually backed off because they touched down first, so Vino's got full visuals on what's happening here. No, he actually lands a little bit short, gets a weapon, and what is happening here? He's going to key into what is seemingly a pickaxe battle. This is so aggressive, but he wants the points here. Beautifully done there. He ends up closing it out, but oh my gosh, talk about a close call there.
Veno just doesn't care. I mean, he does, obviously, but that is exactly the kind of pressure player moment that we are just so familiarized of witnessing from Veno. And look, we get it. They're going to be at Globals, sure. This is about so much more than that, though, for Clix and Veno. You're looking at Clix trying to secure his first FNCS title. Veno on the other fold, stemming all the way back to the Dropspot Talk Show, saying, I will bring him his first win. And yet, here they stand, trying to crawl their way, claw through the sort of barrier of points that Peterbot and Poyo have been able to establish in that 10th lobby. But this is everything to those two, and it is so obvious. They are truly giving it everything they've got, and they're not the only ones. That's the craziest part.
And it really has been back and forth. The lead falling either into the hands of Clix or the hands of Peterbot right now. Obviously, as it stands, they are trailing behind, but look at this. Oliver, OG, and Kreese end up coming through just in the nick of time to go ahead and win that one. That's going to be 2 eliminations for them. Putting them at well over 200 points now. A win can surely put them in the conversation for a top 10 spot, but that's going to be difficult to do amongst, how consistent these players have been. Our top 4, right, when we were kind of going through that leaderboard, we're rattling off exactly what positions these teams have been, ending in. And they have all remained, scarily consistent inside of the top 5 for 3 or 4 consecutive games now. Just impressive work and impressive to do against one another, right? Just given the weight of the competition right now. So it hasn't been any better than this. This is as competitive as it gets, and we are going to be in for a shakeup. So let's see it.
And I think it's so easy as well to kind of fixate on the conversation between first and second with Peterbot, Poyo, Clix, Veno, but I also want to draw some attention towards that 3rd place spot. Trashy and Threats. They have seemingly just been on this massive come up, right? And they've been holding strong. steadily but surely working their way up with points. They've still got a decent amount of ground to cover, especially after that last performance on Peterbot and Pollo, but I don't think you can count them out by any measure. It's not that unreasonable to believe that they are just 1 or 2 plays shy of having their standout super pop-off game with eliminations, and I'm just expecting to see some craziness unfold in these last 2 lobbies. And already, you can see threats getting a little active in that elim feed, but honing in on Reckless Railways right now, Blaha and Mixon, they're in a really tough position because saw them sitting right around that 19th place on the leaderboard. Keep in mind, this team, sure, they said, hey, we're on vacation in the States. We're going to be playing with 0 ping at least in Texas, but if they don't qual, that's kind of tragic.
Well, we were just looking at today's earned placement points. Blaha and Mixon are, or would have been top 10 already. So they are playing like they deserve their spot at the Globals. However, yesterday's performance is what's holding them back. So they're going to have to play above and beyond to make up for all those points. And with 2 games left, there's still a possibility to do so. But look at this, Threats and Trashy cleaning up house right here, sweeping the dust under the rug, finding Flappy, jumping on over onto Evan here, and it's just nasty work. That's going to give them 2 eliminations. They are already very much up inside of the race for first right now. 2 elims is a huge point swing, and that's 2 elims that go to them and 2 elims, you know, that otherwise would be cushioning Clix and Vino's position, given that that's the team that was contesting them. So that is also going to make a difference as we see kind of the push and pull dynamics go down here in game number 11. Here's a team that we can't count out, though, Taco. Rapid and Batman Booga, who have also continued to remain relatively consistent so far. 532 points right now is just such a strong, strong position right now for the amount of games that we have in front of us.
And what makes it even more monumental is the fact that Rapid and Batman Booga, they're down a game. They missed out on a lobby in comparison to all of our other competitors, right? And yet they are still managing to elevate themselves to being in that top 5 conversation. So Batman Booga, Rapid, definitely can't afford to take our eyes off of them by any means. Scoping in to what Yapko and Kwani have got going on. It's Flow trying to do what he can, but fortunately not going to be able to escape this time. Sigma, have to imagine he was also caught in the action there, but a nice conversion for elimination points for Yapko and Kwani overall. Teams kind of just trying to filter through where they might be able to find their best fights on the map.
Love what we've been seeing out of Rise and Agers. Still so impressed by Agers' ability to play and perform as a solo. Here today, he's had a lot of moments where he's really put up the performance. Bryce and Bolt's one of the few teams that have taken that prestigious Victory Royale in a grand final setting. All of their hard efforts pushed them way on up to 488, still fighting for their global championship spot. And it's not over yet. We've seen what happens when a team gets a big, big win. They shake up the standings, they make it competitive. All of these teams are gonna have to perform up until the very, very last game in the last moment.
Just kind of taking note where Chance was at in comparison to Bryce and Bolt's location over there at Reckless Railways. Bryce Bolt's probably mindful of the fact that they've got another duo in their vicinity, but Victor V and Paper, one more time, just kind of continuing to circle the flaming boost hoop that's near their drop. It seems like they may have even spotted out the fact that there's Duke sort of just a little bit ahead of them on the horizon. Cold Acorn, Nitro shoulder bash through some of these walls here as Cold wants to get an angle onto Taysa, and he finds it. That's an immediate knock there. Now Yamzo left to fend for himself, but Cold is just on a rampage. He is not allowing even a moment of relief here for Iyamzo. Cold gonna take this opportunity now to just fully eliminate Tayson. So regardless of what happens with Iyamzo, best he can hope for is a play for the reboot card. Worst case scenario though, he gets eliminated outright. So he's gonna try to bail, but Cooper and Kanata from above looking to shut that dream down. Could be the end there.
Just to watch it, the way it kind of started, look at this. Cold under the effects of Nitro, swings all the way around that unlimited stamina, allowing to best Tayson on positioning there. And just like that, they find themselves those eliminations. And also, you know, can we just give like credit, just really quickly, the fact that Clix has also done this live, by the way, right? Like 100,000 concurrent viewers pretty much, which means millions tuning, you know, in and out over the course of a session is just, that's just bonkers in its own, right? Like to do what he has done already is just an incredible feat. That's just legendary, right? So this is a performance that we've never seen captured in this way before, let alone, right, continue to be unfolding in real time before our eyes as we have these two games in front of us.
And right now, Veno and Clix just gonna opt to use the campfire on this hill nearby, their initial starting point. You can tell they're basically the only team in the area, so if it's a dead side rotate that they're after, should be able to accomplish it. Problem is, we did see Evan and Flappy earlier on getting eliminated elsewhere, so those were points that could have honestly been nice for Clix and Veno to try and secure yet again. At the same time, though, I'm sure they'll be able to make up for the surge damage elsewhere. It seems like they've got a solid game plan mapped out for them to be sticking around inside of that storm as long as they were.
Haven't seen much of Reason Curly. They've had a bit of a slow performance here today. Bryson Bolts have continued to pick it up. Dukes and Sphinx started off really, really strong as well, and they've continued to, you know, show themselves, come to top 15, top 10. But here we have the traditional approach to a huge surge base just outside the Reckless Railways. Plenty of teams to choose from. However, they're all already situated. So if you didn't, you know, fight them on their way to the location, then it is very unlikely that you're going to get easy opportunities to find tags here and now. You just give it a moment. The surge will start to activate. Folks will start to figure out, okay, what do I have to do here? Do I have to fight? Can I sit this one out?
It's so obvious, though, that Dukes and Sphinx, their reformatted strategy heading into day 2 has paid off dividends. They were one of our teams where, if you looked at day 1, it wasn't, you know, completely chalked by any means, but certainly not the position that most teams would want to find themselves in, and yet they've managed to just bounce back heavy and really force their way into the title of contention here. To pick up how they actually adjust throughout the course of these final 2 lobbies. Rapid and Batman Booga, though, they're trying to stake their claim to the capture point here at Rift Island. And I'm almost kind of just trying to scan the skies here, waiting for Peterbot and Pollo, Acor and Cole to sort of make their debut.
Look at this, Veno full on keying into Miro and Pink here. Pink off to the side. Miro tries to double back to support his teammate, but the damage is just way too much. And they rip him apart. Pink does escape there. Clix wasn't able to finish the deal. However, they're going to be content with this entire refresh here. And not only that, I mean, they're center zone right now, so they'll have plenty to kind of work with here as far as solidifying a pretty strong structure if they so choose to.
Right, and I think in that moment, too, Clix did exactly what he needed to. He just held Pink at bay. You could tell that Pink was trying to see if he could reunite, provide some sort of cover, some form of support there, but with the way that Clix just kind of sat himself in between the two, that really allowed Veno to just have clean open line of sights onto Miro. nowhere for him to really escape either. It's really hard to try and actually build up when you're stuck at the bottom of that cliff face. So I just like the execution of the play there that Clix and Veno were able to pull off, and they've definitely left Pink in a very tough position here. Because is it possible for him to lap back around for Miro's reboot card and bring him back into this lobby? Sure, but now you're going to be a bit shambles as far as your surge situation is concerned, and that's not even factoring in the kind of distance they're probably going to have to cover to even make it into zone in the first place.
One thing I liked about what Veno did with all the excess loot, he's going to build that huge surge tower, I don't know if you saw it, and then go recap his material. So they're going to be in such a dominant position. We'll see how it ends up shaping out on the surge standings. Meanwhile, we jump back in with Bugha and Aviv here. Bugha and Aviv dropped the game today, and you can see that it's weighing heavily on their overall point status here. And that's because if you don't earn basically at least 100 points per game today, you are going to fall. You're going to fall fast given how consistent everyone else has continued and managed to be. Last game, though, was a great bounce back opportunity for Bugha and Aviv. So they've, you know, kept it competitive for themselves, if you will. But look at this. This is not looking good. Peterbot is hurt here. Pollo is down, and the lobby is firing in. He's running low on material now as well. But he's gonna get the save. And Quanti doesn't have time to jump down. Quanti is debating on options here, and he's gonna back off and talk about a close call. If they would have fallen here, wow, what a story we'd have playing out before our eyes.
Granted, they're not out of the hot water just yet. I know that they just managed to find themselves above that damage threshold. Quanti, however, he's in a really tough position. He was forced to kind of leave Yapko behind there, but Pollo and Peterbot just over this ridge. I saw Acorn and Cold, and they're not the only ones that could be lurking nearby. So Pollo and Peterbot, they could still potentially get caught out here, but it is going to be a lot more difficult to try and confirm an elimination onto one or a pair even after they got that refresh off of Yapko.
Fast to react there, but unfortunately couldn't time the drop. Bolt and Bryce, every time we tune in, position themselves high and mighty over the lobby. I like that they play like this as well. It's just a refreshing take. Still fishing for tags here. Zone's not too far off, and they're continuing to do what they need to remain relevant. Dukes and Finks on the other side. Very much neck and neck on the point threshold, too. Like, look at that. They are just about equal with Bryce up top.
I think a lot of our teams inside of that top 10 sort of understanding they can't afford to have even the slightest stumble at this point, because then you're left with only one lobby to perform. And with the way that things are shaping up here, MDF, I could definitely see some craziness ensuing inside of our final match of this weekend. Bugha and Aviv, though, they've traveled down from that north end of Classy Courts, spent a decent amount of time inside of the storm, and yet they still find themselves well above that damage threshold. So they have been able to converge on other players for that damage. Still, this lobby on the other end of the bridge, across from Reckless Railways, Peterbot, Pollo, trying to see if they can get an opening onto Virgo and Shadow. Veno and Clix as well. Clix is incredibly hurt here. They do have an ample amount of heals. The problem is, will they be able to get them off? They could even potentially get held here just outside the edge zone.
This is a fight that is definitely winnable, but Zeke jumps in, and you just never know once you start throwing the wild cards in the mix here. Like I said before, there's a reason I call Seek and Dash, in particular the Disruptors, alongside Nerface and Sid. They're just really good when it comes down to taking fights, taking battles, Blaha and Mixon are also a very scary duo to fight here today. If you just look at the points, though, as far as total earned points, you wouldn't figure them to be such a threat. But today, they're playing like a top 10 duo and then some. So this is a very dangerous position to be in for Clix and Vino now, who have completely exhausted their heals. Look at that. And everyone in this bottom pocket here is very worse for wears right now. Blaha, though, does have a med kit to play with. He's got plenty of materials, so it was just a means of surge. And now playing for the zone here, it's going to go north. So this is good, this early reveal. They should be moving soon and not sticking around, so they won't be too much of a problem for some of the other teams here. But it's going to be the surge that's going to start determining a lot for teams here. Blaha and Mixon will have to fight.
They're trying to get some traction up this hill, but unfortunately, that heal situation rapidly dwindling, especially once those Storm Surge ticks start to come into effect. Paco gets knocked in the distance. This could be a much needed amount of damage here for Blaha and Mixon. It does cut the gap ever so slightly, but they're still 68 below that threshold margin. They need more. Shots raining in as well from Chubbs and Skittles on the high ground across the way, and they're not the only ones. Victor V, Paper as well, also holding a decent elevated position. So Blaha Mixon, they're forced to wrap around from the opposite end that they were initially planning to patch their way through. Threats, though, this is big. Threats is found on the low ground, but he clutches it up. Havoc nearly playing spoiler there. He might have done just enough, though, to ruin Threats' initial plans here to try and revive Trashy. If he can get this med kit off, he does have enough to work with, but he might just have to keep it moving. I don't know if he's gonna have time. It doesn't look like the intention here is to go for the pickup any longer.
Yeah, there's still shots coming in. And then if you bring your focus to Vino and Clix, is not looking good for them. They are so hurt right now. And although they've earned 3 eliminations this game, tags are also coming in, and they're out of material. Crashback comes out. This is a desperate move to the dead side of the zone right now. Very, very close call for them. There's teams in front of them, but the terrain is going to work in their favor. Now, here's the question. Do they just sit and wait for an opportunity to come their way? Do they play for placement points here and now? But instead, it seems like the decision's being called out. They want this refresh. They have to get it, but no. Poffy and company make it up and over.
It's gonna be one more
This
crash
is so
back
close.
forward. Veno, he's still got Source and Poffy in his sights, but he might have to change his mind. He can't find another duo in time, though. That's gonna be the end of their 11th lobby run here at the hands. Sphinx for 1 credited. Threats, though, 3 eliminations. And again, keep in mind, they were sitting at 3rd, entering this lobby. Threats trying to do everything in his power. He's gonna catapult himself forward, front side of zone, but he knows he's gonna have to stick to the low ground. He's trying to go by unnoticed. For the time being, he is in a relatively isolated position, but as these teams continue to move forward, that could be a very problematic position that Threats finds himself in.
Given what just played out, Clix and Vino falling in 20th, Peterbot and Boyo still standing here and likely to run up plenty more points. Do we put it past Vino to land on Clix, make the call for Vino and Clix to land on Peterbot and Boyo? The only chance that they have is to literally take these guys out of the lobby. There's about 50 or 60 points gapping them right now. So come when this game concludes and all the points have been tallied up, it's only going to become more and more worse if they remain standing here. Threats has a chance here to catch up, but it's not looking good. They're also going to get locked in position, so 2nd and 3rd for now won't move an inch, but Acorn and Cold are up top. They have a lot of room to go ahead and catch up now, depending on how big of a game they can make out of this one. They'll be in the race for 1st place as well coming into the last game.
Like what Cole did there from the other end, make sure that they can connect from the high ground. So now they've got their pick of the litter, and Acorn, he's going to continue tarping out. As you already called, good amount of material to work with as well, and they know that they have time on their side because of how much damage they already have above that surge threshold. They're just looking down, waiting for their opportunities. They see teams going for the rotates. Duke's going to be one of the first ones getting lit up in the sky. These crash pad rotates, now seemingly more impossible to go by unscathed. Peterbot and Poyo, though, they find Mongrel and Mr. Savage. Excuse me, it's just gonna be Mongrel on the low ground, but regardless, the damage is done here. Taken out in seconds as Peterbot and Poyo, even though they don't necessarily have the greatest material count, it might not matter. They know they can slow play this, and they're gonna drop to ultimate low instead. They're just trying to clean up eliminations as they slide into them.
This has been the game plan the entire time. Every time they jump down and they just work their way, cut down the lobby from the low ground here. But look, Boyo's down. Peterbot's solo here. He will have to play this one out. Continued. We're not inside the top 10 just yet, but he's got a lot of material to work with given the fact that he's on the ultimate low ground. Plenty of builds here. Meanwhile, high ground pressure continues to come down. Acorn and Cold hasn't given up an inch here. They are keeping that height very much distance from the rest, and look, the fact that the rest of the lobby hasn't even had a chance to look up and pressure them back tells us a lot. Peterbot slow healing through the zone, placement points slowly getting banked right here. He's in the 700+ point threshold. It's crazy to even look at those numbers. It's absurd at how much he has been able to earn this game and continues to earn. A lot of competition in front of him, though. Batman Booga Rapid still in the game. Sphinx Dukes here. Muzz, Epic Whale still alive. A lot of teams that are fighting for global championship spots are still here in the running.
But Acorn and Cold, they're content to just let the rest of this lobby sort of cannibalize itself for them. They're still perched pretty up above everybody else. Rapid and Batman Booga trying to do what they can to work their way up. Instead, they're finding themselves moderately chopped. Sphinx and Dukes, though, they're gonna get shut down. But it's too little too late here. Rapid finds himself falling, caught in the crossfires. Peterbot actually gonna prosper, but it's only momentary. Cold has dropped. Join the mix with everybody else just playing that ultimate cleanup crew. It's only Batman Booga going for the medkit playoff. But I don't know if he has the... Actually, take that back. He's got plenty of medkits to work with.
He's got a lot of heals, and this is a 10 elimination game. They are going to be in the race, by the way, for an FNCS championship here. Acorn and Cold, I can't believe they are flying their way up the standings as well. This is gonna go all the way through to the end. I love that he's gonna crash pad very far and away here. Acorn, very, very smart play. Cold is trying to make sure that Batman Booga couldn't get the points, but it doesn't matter. Acorn and Cold in the end will win this game. Their second victory royale now within a 3-span run is just incredible. An incredible feat to perform here on the day 2 of the grand finals.
Still gotta love the hustle there from Batman Booga. He had 4 medkits that he was trying to operate with for that initial heal off. Unfortunately for him, Acorn, yeah, he just played for the win there. He essentially knew, look, we understand the fact that he's hidden somewhere in all of these pre-existing builds. I don't have to waste my time hunting him down. I'm gonna leave that up to Cole to play Disruptor. And yeah, Acorn just able to solidify, confirm a second victory royale though, MDF. And Acorn and Cold have now, without a doubt in my mind, entered this conversation for a very real top of the leaderboard run.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to be able to close the gap, but only time will tell. Well, listen, give us a second. We have standings. We have points to start adding up here. When we get back, we'll have plenty of more Fortnite coming your way.
gonna pass out.
I'm gonna pass out.
Gonna pass out. Okay? I'm going to pass out. All right? This has been the craziest grand finals I think I've ever seen in my life. So many different things transpired in this last game. First, Acorn and Cold get themselves the victory royale. Let's just give them their flowers really quickly, okay? Acorn and Cold, don't forget, these guys have already qualified to the Global Championships. They're good. Right now, they're just playing for an Axe of Champions and prize money. This game was so crazy for so many different things. We'll get to that in a second. Vivid Kelly, I want to just highlight these guys first and talk about their win in Game 11.
I want to go ahead and highlight the fact that, guys, yeah, Zeke's literally out of breath. You can hear it. Like, he's been screaming at how these games are going right now for good reason. But yeah, Acorn and Cold, I mean, what is this day 2 resurgence? I mean, 6th, 1st, 6th, 1st, one final game, and they have just soared up the leaderboard. Where in the heck did they come from?
Yeah, man. You know, when we say day 2 teams, I wasn't actually expecting it to be this polarizing. Acorn and Cold just going absolutely ham right now. 2 victory royales and absolutely climbing up the leaderboard. I cannot wait to see the standings. We all know that Peterbot and Pollo, they are in first place right now after Peterbot's insane solo. What is he doing? How is he able to stay alive for so long? I don't get it.
I don't know. I don't know. We have a single game left to go here, guys. With 3.5 minutes, let's try and tee up everything we can. Let's take it to the standings, as Kelly talked about. Yeah, Peterbot Pollo, they are in first place by a big margin. All they have to do is hold on, and they will have back-to-back championship titles. Oh, and we're just going to leave that there, right? I just want to leave that there because these guys have had a crazy run. They are so deserving of it. If they were to win, right, the only way this could be up in the air is like they get eliminated off spawn. Vivid, I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, no, I mean, you always wonder, like, what can really happen to this duo? I mean, Pollo goes down, and then it's like Peterbot's alive. He's just literally crouching around builds. He uses like 3 methods somehow. And I was like, dude, like, how many points has this guy put up as a solo? 124 between both days combined right now. If you take a look at the leaderboard right now, that would put them almost around like 600 and some odd points. They would be in like 5th place right now or something like that if it wasn't for the solo points that Peterbot himself has picked up. Incredible work by him.
Speaking of incredible work,
Say it.
Veno. I know. I see it. Click
Say it.
Veno. They go down 2 placements. They're in
not
4th right now. But Veno going for the 3rd party by himself and getting an elimination is absolutely wild. Oh gosh, Vivid, I can't even speak right now.
I mean, yeah, this duo, I'm not gonna lie, they have gone through a lot throughout this grand finals, throughout this past week, between trying to try new things, finding out the day before grand finals that actually their original strategy is going to turn out very, very well. Yeah, in grand finals, it has been working out very, very well. But now all the other teams are like, listen, we're not doing so well. We got to switch up our strategies. Let's try landing on them. Let's try landing on one of the hills that they love fighting for. And still, time and time again, they continue to overcome. Yeah, it's probably slowing them down a little bit in terms of the race for the grand finals win, but still being up here in 4th place is seriously impressive.
Batman Booga, Rapid have moved up 2 placements. We talk about impressive. What on God's green earth are these guys doing? Batman, Booga, Rapid are just putting on a show. Kelly, that's what I was meaning when I was going to say it.
Oh, you know I am here to support Batman Booga and Rapid. Batman Booga, now the prime Booga of the competition. He's going to have to change his name or something because he has just been on a tear today. They do such a good job on the low ground, just being so smart with the engagements that they take, grabbing Elam after Elam after Elam. It is wild that they have been able to climb up so far and sit in 2nd place, practically the only team within reach of taking away the 1st place spot from Peterbot and Pollo. But that is such a difficult feat to achieve, and I don't know if it's in the cards for them today, but I really hope it is.
Zeke, one final game literally separates not only us from a champion, But also, let's keep in mind those global spots. Right now, we have 2 teams already qualified to globals in that top 10. So we're looking at top 12 right now. 441 points. It's actually a 42-point lead over 13th right now. Victor v. Paper, Ager's Rise. Hold on.
Anything could happen. The last game of FNCS Grand Finals in North America. Everyone, find your seats. Grab the popcorn. Don't pass out. I'll pass out for you. It's fine. We do this one last time. Axe of Champions on the line. Prize money on the line. And then a top 12 will be moving on to Global Championships. Taco, MDF, best of luck. I'm passing out for you. Go on.
Yeah, we have a lot to look forward to. Obviously, there's going to be this race for the FNCS Grand Finals winner. And then holding on, who will hold on for their land spot, right? That's the next big milestone here. Taco, with the last game in front of us, I really couldn't say what's going to happen here.
Yeah, especially when you were looking at that secondary page. I mean, I caught sight of Tayson and Yamzo of all duos just outside the threshold. So we'll see whether or not they'll be able to punch their ticket to that global championship, because the final lobby, game 12, is here.
Don't need to second guess yourselves anymore. Game 12 of the Grand Finals is here. And after 2 incredible days of competition, we finally get to see who will lift that FNCS Grand Finals win for the North American region. And this season in particular has been so special, given how many teams from Europe have entered into the fray here. And not only did they enter into the ecosystem, they qualified their way to the grand final stage, really showing you how great the player base truly is here. And one thing to note, one thing we really got to never forget is that if you are in this lobby right now, I mean, you are one of the best players in the world to have ever done it. So everyone here is a winner in some way or another, but to get to that next step, you're going to have to dig very, very deep here. Vino and Clicks, right, to continue this little bit of a conversation we have going on here, have finally kind of earned their drop spot back from the team that was contesting them. Peterbot and Pollo have never stopped having the freedom here at the Red Line Rig. And we know, right, Taco, explain to the viewers why this is such a strong drop spot, because this is not the first time they've had a very good drop spot to themselves.
It's exclusively that Machinist medallion, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Mythic Combat Assault Rifle is also a treacherous weapon in the hands of Peterbot, but the fact of the matter is, the Machinist medallion is the only medallion that can be efficiently shared between a duo. Unlike having infinite nitro or infinite ammo, where seemingly only one player is ever going to benefit at a time, as long as Peterbot and Pollo stay at least within a box reach of each other, essentially, they'll be able to share 75 shield regeneration, and even better still, it's 5 shield a tick. And that alone, it's just so much more impactful. It makes it so much more difficult to actually try and challenge Peterbot and Pollo, whether it's a play for height or just an overall box fight. Teams just struggle to find a quick closure, and the longer time to elimination takes, the higher the odds of a third party entering the conversation, the higher the odds of Peterbot and Pollo simply out-sustaining you. And that's not even factoring in just how strong they both are individually, mechanically speaking.
Yeah, it's like having a souped up slurp juice round the clock. Like, it's crazy. The little things. But here we have it. Game 12 is already underway. And I could, you know, again, we're ahead of you guys. So I could already see the rumblings coming as these fights are going to start to make their way to the air. Let's see it here, though. Clicks and Vino keying the first team next door. It's going to be Exets, Edgy, and Death. Already Vino's pushing pretty heavily on the opposite side of the wall here. Clicks pushing in on the other wall, trying to see if there's a couple of points here to be earned.
Veno and Clix know they don't have any time to waste. They have to just start converting points, even if it comes out of thin air. But Edgy, Death, doing a decent job at scrambling from the low. Veno's gonna drop down to their lair while Clix continues to pressure from above, but Clix, Veno, despite having a split angle approach, they haven't really found any confirmed openings. I say that, then noticing Death's shield falling relatively low here, and Clix with that Flowberry Fizz, but that pause to recuperate his own shield is gonna allow for both Edgy and Death to regenerate some of theirs as well. No third-party action involved into the mix just yet, though, as Edgy continues to crouch around, continues to see if he can find a little bit of a flank position here onto Clix. He's got to be careful. Clix from overhead goes for the side jump, and Edgy gets some decent shots into him. But Edgy immediately going to converge back to his original position, side by side with Death. Both of these duos not really seemingly, they don't want to budge.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going through Veno and Clix's mind here. Is Veno thinking with how much of a gap he has to close here, you know, onto the likes of Peterbot and Boyo? Do they want to just find a lot of elims? Do they want to key the lobby? You can see that that's not going to be easy by any means. Even though Edgy and Death, you know, arguably on the leaderboards are so far behind them, that does not equivalent to, you know, it's not equivalent to a free elimination by any means. And that's gonna be the problem, right? That Veno and Clix are in store for here. How do you earn that many points? How do you earn so many points that you fly past out of 4th place and get into 1st? It's like you have to take out your top competition, or it's gonna be impossible to do so. And that can be said for all these teams. It can be said for Trashy and Threats as well. And by the way, we're going to have to give a lot of credit to teams like Trashy and Threats, who came together and managed to make lemonade out of the lemons that they were given earlier in the weeks here, because they put together a bomb squad from the past, right? Kind of reunited here. And they're popping off once again like the good old days. So really fun stuff we're watching unfold here.
Yeah, especially when you also factor in that Trashy and Threads, they were one of our more last-minute type of duos to even develop. Mongrel and Mr. Savage, though, they're in a world of hurt currently at the Shipwreck Shallows. Mongrel trying to scramble, but that's going to be the end of it. Their story has concluded. Mongrel and Mr. Savage will not be at the Global Championship, but they have had an incredible journey. And I think if you compare Mongrel in this major to the past one, he should be very proud of the steps that he has taken to elevate his gameplay, because this is not an easy means to come back to competitive play after taking a little bit, or I say a little bit, but a pretty long stretch of a break.
Yeah.
And yet he's still able to compete. It's incredible.
Yeah, it was a very lengthy break, and for him to bounce back like you just mentioned, I mean, he has only gotten better, and I think he will continue to get better. So I hope he keeps his head up, and I just hope he keeps digging deep and practicing, right? There is so much potential for him to continue to do well. The leaderboards you're seeing on the side there are updating, and already our 12th place spot has fallen, which means there is a position open this game now for a new team to enter into the conversation of attending the Global Championship as a player. And those teams could be Baka Pars, Japka Kwani, Kanata Cooper. There are many, many heavy hitters on the line here. Iamzo Tayson, right? There's so many teams outside of the top 12 bubble. And we say top 12 because there are 2 teams inside of our top 3 that already are qualified, so they cannot take a spot away from anyone else. Those spots go down the leaderboard, so it's top 12.
I'm more so looking towards Baka, Pars, Yapko Kwani, and the Iamzo Tayson discussion. Kanata and Cooper are chilling, but I think that for Yapko and Kwani especially, these guys have definitely had to overcome a lot of turmoil, and they're trying to confirm a couple of eliminations right now. Yet again, onto Flow and Sigma. But Flow and Sigma, they're just looking to try and essentially bide their time. They know that if they sit here long enough, Yapko and Kwani, they might just feel a little bit more pressure to try and get a move on, right? The teams don't want to get caught out of position. But on that same fold, Kwani, Yapko, they've spent enough time here now. Once you have that sort of time investment, you kind of have to confirm eliminations for that surge damage.
Yeah, they could easily be overstaying their welcome here and now. I think they recognize that as well. And given, I like that they move now, because they're moving now that they've exhausted all of their wood, right? They didn't really use too much of the heavy materials, but they're like, all right, we went through all of our wood. We've been here for a while. The zone's already revealed itself. Let's get going. And I think that's a good indicator that it might just be time to give up and get a move on it. Meanwhile, Trashy and Threats up against Chubbs and Skittles. These are very much teams that are super familiar with one another. And actually, I'm just looking at it. Threats right now. Trashy was knocked by Evan just moments ago. And that's a big deal, given the fact that they're in 5th place right now. This is a very, very relevant team. And this is a very critical moment for this team. And quite honestly, how much money they're going to make. They're top 10. I mean, they're there. They're chilling. But those dollars are going to literally melt away if they can't clutch up and stay in the game right now at this point.
Yeah, but that could also be a nice break for Clix and Venom if you think about it, because Threats, Trashy, they're the ones trying to encroach on their position, and Threats, he's not going to be able to keep this run going. 6th place. Now with a very real opportunity to try and overcome that top 5. Flappy and Evan are going to shut down Trashy and Threats in our final game of Major 3 Grand Finals. An insane feat when you really think about it. Evan and Flappy have not really converted many wins on the day in general, but they're playing spoiler at the most critical times for more than just one duo on the matches here today. Baka and Pars, though, trying to do what they can to recover, considering their current position on that leaderboard. We'd already highlighted earlier, they are just outside of that top 12 conversation. But one promising feature, I'm seeing these forecast towers kind of lit up around the map. I know I saw one for Clix and Veno earlier on. Have to expect that they were able to confirm that forecast tower knowledge, and maybe with it, I think one thing that I could make for a really interesting approach for Clix and Veno is if they actually opt to go to Rift Island this game, because that is somewhere that Peterbot and Pollo have consistently been traveling to. And if you want to try and take Destiny into your own hands, one of the only times that you're ever going to really have that open opportunity to actually engage Peterbot and Pollo is when they are at Rift Island, and you know that they like to go for it consistently.
Two teams that are very much fighting for the same position right now. Iamzo, Tayson, Cooper, and Kanata exchange a couple tags, a couple shots, and then back off one another. Given that Cooper and Kanata positioned up first, they're going to respect that. And what separates them is essentially one endgame. Any of these teams in the top 16 secure an endgame, they are pretty much locking it in.
Yeah, it's just like I said, with Cooper and Kanata, they're the only ones that don't really have as much to lose aside from prize money. Keep in mind, 3rd place finish in Major 2. They've already confirmed their spot on the battle bus for the Global Championship, but obviously everybody would like a little bit more money to go with it. So, can't ever count out Cooper and Kanata by any means. I'm sure that they are still going to do everything in their power to force their way into that top 10 conversation. But again, it's not an easy means.
This is what I'm expecting, you know, your teams inside the top 10 to play way more passively this game than any other. And then Peterbot and Pollo to actually have the opposite effect, given that they already have a winning seat and they're in the lead by a significant amount. So they can be as destructive as they want, and I think most teams are going to shy away from a challenge right now because they're going to be more concerned about going to Global Championship and not falling early. So I think it's a very interesting dynamic that ultimately played out just now as we start bending our way towards the mid-game of this Game 12 right now. There's Victor V and Paper. They have a team below them. They have a crash pad ready, and they're going for it.
Paper sort of just leading the charge here. Got that elevated position, but Paper's going to drop, apply some pressure onto Havoc's wall. Havoc and Cirque seem like they're struggling a little bit here, but Paper, it's like he's got a fire underneath his feet. He's trying to make sure that they can convert this into 2 solid eliminations. He's going to scramble back up, though, to his ramps. He wants to get up and over this hill here. And they understand the assignment. They got a little bit of surge damage online. They're going to head back into the remains of this weapons bunker. And while it would have been nice to confirm those 2 eliminations, Paper, Victor V, I think that they also understand the fact they're in 11th place. They are on the cusp right now. They cannot afford for any mishaps. If they get eliminated here and now, it is very unlikely that they will remain seated in that 11th place position. And even better still, they're also another team that's looking to try and elevate themselves 1, 2, 3, however many positions they can. They want it inside of that top 10 leaderboard.
Oh yeah, they've done so much in the last 2 weeks to build up, you know, their notoriety amongst the Fortnite community. Paper's always been respected and well known. He's a fun guy, but Victor V is kind of given that team, you know, this new lens to really look in on. And, you know, ask yourself, wait a second, do we have something special being formulated here, right? Amongst a veteran and this very new up-and-comer. It's kind of how, like, that Cold and Acorn story kind of became as well, right? And Cold finally had his opportunity and took off. But hold up, back to the fight here. Batman, Booga, and Rapid. Rapid gets collapsed on by a team rotating just on their outskirts, and this is treacherous territory right here as well for them, because they have a chance to win this entire tournament right now, and they cannot afford to burn material, burn heals in the mid game right now, let alone fall behind on positioning here. And they're backtracking. I don't know what's happening here. They felt like they exhausted too many materials, so they're gonna try to play the big brain play to like sweep around, but oh no. They're getting spotted out here. He's going to be forced to use the dashes. Good call by Batman Booga. But that could have went south really quickly there.
They're not out of the thick of it just yet either. So many teams kind of dealing around them. Yamzo, Tayson, though. This is a huge blow. Tayson is down. Yamzo, a solo south of the Nitrodrome. So much ground to cover. He has to muster up something massive here, and in fact, he's gonna head back into the storm. It's a reboot van play that I think Yamzo is gonna be hoping for here. At the very least, confirming the eliminations onto Virgo and Shadow is gonna be a nice bump in points, but recovery tour if he's able to get Tayson back up and running off of the reboot.
Peterbot looking to clear up the visuals that are blocking up the line of sight here, and look at that. Very well worth it. Already reveals Booga, and it's smart of him to do that now. Just look at the map, right? He understands that we're on the congested side. Team should be coming towards us, and he just doesn't miss. He is very spot on. Peterbot is on track to be easily, right? Easily the best amongst the best duos of any performers, right? In this entire 2024 year across all regions. Peterbot and Pollo are very much that duo right now. They're in that conversation. And I think you can put Cold and Acorn up there as well. If you just look at the points earned today by itself, Colin Acorn would be in first by a long shot. They are outperforming even Peterbot and Pollo, which is impressive given that they're 40 points ahead coming into this game. If it was just today, however, this is a 2-day tournament. Now I'm looking at the feed right now. Pollo finds one, Vino finds one. The big teams are still in it. Iamzo is holding on right now, and one of our bubble teams fall. Japco is out, Quanti is out, back to the lobby, and their tournament run ends here and now.
I just can't help but feel for Iamzo in this position. He's so close, so many past circumstances. But as a solo, it is looking like a very tough endeavor. Batman Booga Rapid, though, these are some very much needed points if they want to try and overtake that first place position. But it also just hinges upon whether or not somebody, anybody can shut down Peterbot and Pollo, who happen to be staring them down from across the water, just outside of Restored Reels. Batman Booga, he's at least gonna get a chance to heal. 2 more medkits still in tow as well. But that is the last of his shield resources. Now everything else is gonna depend upon how much Flowberry Fizz Rapid actually has available. But he's looking to cut off Paper, he's looking to cut off Victor V. No tags gonna connect though. Crash Pad Rotate is successful. And now Batman Booga and Rapid, they've gotta get a move on themselves. They're trying to keep it moving.
I'm seeing Nox happen right now. Nox on names that I don't want to see be down right now. And talking about that, Bryce is one of them for sure, but Iamzo needs those points way more than Bryce does, as they're above them on the standings. That's going to open up more solos here. And I'm looking in the distance. I don't see Kanata. I saw Cooper there. A little glimpse of Koopa. Baka and Pars just holding on right now. And the mental fortitude that you have to have if you're Baka and Pars. You went back-to-back Victory Royales, and then you just started dudding out game after game after game, talking about 0 points earned, and all of a sudden you go from being in the conversation to win the grand finals to now barely holding on to go to the actual LAN event come September. It is just a roller coaster of emotions, and for them to still be holding on and make it this far, I mean, they made it to the end game. That's a huge, huge improvement over the last couple rounds. Iamzo still holding on. Tries to go and recycle this crash pad. Knows that he can't just hit it face on. Very smart of him to swing around the side. And we have been here before. We see what happens when the river comes into place. This is going to start opening up all types of chaos. And anything can happen now, including the most unpredictable high ground retakes. Iamzo just trying to defend right now. Ooh, big find onto Reed here, and the finish. The more points, more placement points for him.
He couldn't have found that at a better moment. Gets a little bit of a mat refresh as well. Come on, Iamzo, just keep trekking forward. Everything depends on this solo clutch right now for his spot to the Global Championship. And Iamzo taking fate into his own hands. Blaha, Mixon, gonna fly right by him. You might have noticed Mixon get incredibly hurt on the way through, but look directly behind where Iamzo is currently fixated. Peterbot, Pollo continuing to rack up the damage as well. They've only got 1 elimination so far, but realistically speaking, they are truly just in control right now for as to the pacing of this one, because nobody can seem to match them for where they're currently at.
Well, this is still a problem. They only have a single elimination, so there's room available, and there's a lot of players still alive. Clix and Vino being one of them in that mix there. Batman, Booga, and Rapid being the closest on their heels. They will have to outperform them by a long shot now through placement points and eliminations. The time is now. Booga's down. Vino's in the water here. Sight lines are open for Batman Booga there. He didn't quite take the shot. They're more focused in on the rotation, staying in front of the zone, but they're starting to gas out. They're starting to run out of material here.
They're not the only ones though. Peterbot, Pollo smothered a little bit here in their lair, but at the same time, look at the top. Vorteca and Paco from the high ground just trying to rain down as many shots as possible. So all these teams getting caught in the congestion. That slight hill causing so many issues for the teams underneath it. Veno Click's gonna be one of them at the bottom of that hillside, but everybody surging forward now, trying to make sure they can stay towards that front side of zone. Clicks and Veno, though, with that forecast knowledge, they seemingly want to continue playing from the back. They're trying to see if they can just catch any stragglers off guard instead. Now they're gonna make their move forward. Hazard, Sandman dropping just in front of them. Clicks and Veno could have a box fight on their hands here. As Batman Booga, he's just trying to go for the solo medkit play.
He's just holding on right now while Peterbot finds an elimination there. So now they're focusing in on high ground. Peterbot and Foyo are taking down the high ground team right now. They might be trying to set themselves up for a victory royale and a victory lap on the lobby right now. And I'm just focused in on how they are pushing and decimating the lobby right now. Veno and Clicks are going for high ground, and we're seeing a fight for the ages right here. But Peterbot, Boyo, give it up. They respect the high ground hold from Veno and Clicks. Veno and Clicks have to dig so far into the plays here to do something big to find the points. Boyo is down. It's up to Peterbot once again to hold on to the dream here, to be the back-to-back FNCS champions, and Batman Booga is still holding on somehow as well, not giving up his position here. His second place hold is still alive at the moment. Acorn and Cole alive in the low ground as well, but it's gonna come down to eliminations and a hefty amount, and the win here too. Heal loss are happening everywhere. Sight lines are open for Peterbot onto Clicks and Veno. Fight breaking out. Veno's down. Clicks is by himself now. New high ground team is in, and I think Acorn and Cold are gonna be looking to start to turn things around here shortly and capitalize here and now.
Clicks and Peterbot are both out of their medkits. They're both trying to fly forward, catch up with the rest of the lobby. Batman Booga, no heals remain, tries to get another elimination. Peterbot does confirm one for himself. Hazard dropping, Peterbot down. Acorn and Cold, they are still holding strong though. Same case scenario for Clicks, but he is finally eaten up by Cold, who also gets dropped simultaneously. Sandman could be looking to scoop this Victor Royale out from the depths. Hazard and Sandman steal this one away from Acorn and Cold, despite how promising things were looking for them out of the low ground. But the real fixation for me, MDF, is what actually took place with our top 5 on the leaderboard.
You stack them up, they will knock them down. It just doesn't get any better than that. Every team who had a realistic chance and opportunity at being your champions was in that end game. Congratulations, though, in the end to Sandman and Hazard, who have rocketed their way up with a huge Game 12. We'll see if there's any significance to what place they will end this tournament in, Taco, but ultimately, that was an incredible game so far.
Yeah, I think that really they're just looking at some extra placements for prize pool, but were they able to play enough disruptor to our teams trying to fixate themselves inside of that top 12? I need to see what that leaderboard consists of, MDF. It's been an awesome time throughout day 1 and day 2 here of Major 3 for the NAFNCS Grand Finals, but the ride to Texas, the final score count, all of it remains for Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly to break down.
Thank you so much, MDF and the best Taco. Just a fantastic set of games here in NA, and we can say without a doubt, it is confirmed, Peterbot and Poyo have done it. The back-to-back has happened. Peterbot and Poyo, congratulations once again. The Axe of Champions will not leave their possession, and they're taking that. They're gonna take that to the Global Championships in September as a big flex piece. Like, hey, we are the ones that want to take it all home. Congratulations to the duo. Vivid, they fought for it. It started slow, then it got out of control, and then they were the ones who came out on top of everybody else.
Without a doubt, had themselves on top of everybody's predictions. They were the ones that were going to secure the back-to-back FNCS in what has seemed like forever. The last ones to technically do it, Booga and Miro, when they were teammates between game modes, but now Peterbot and Foyo duos, Chapter 5, Major 2, Chapter 5, Major 3, back-to-back. The domination, not only between these two majors, all three majors the entire year, Kelly. Second, first. What a duo.
Every facet of the competition that you can analyze and judge, they do it so perfectly. They're able to take the best drop in Major 2 with the Grim coin. They're able to take the best drop in Major 3, and you wonder why is everyone letting them have it? They're not. Peterbot and Pollo just can't be stopped. Whatever drop they want to go to, they are going to get it because they will always win every off-spawn fight. When it comes to rotations, when it comes to claiming objectives, when it comes to rotating and claiming height, everything they do is at an echelon that honestly rivals that of the best competitors in the world that we have ever seen.
And to just think, these guys are they are at their peak right now, right? We are going into a global championships with these guys on the front line. These guys who every other region needs to look at and say, how are we going to deal with them? We have a plan for our drop. We have a plan for our surge. We have a plan for this and that. The plan you can never account for is Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, I mean, I even talked about it throughout this major, right? The maturity, being able to actually strategically kind of reel themselves back and be like, no, listen, let's not just kind of ego our way and fight, brutally take higher ground. Let's actually play this one strategically. Everybody's going to be going up crazy for the higher ground. Let's reel it back a little bit. Let's play for it around 11. So I think that shows extreme maturity and shows that they are willing to have a set strategy going into global championships as well, which is why they are going to be considered one of the favorites, in my opinion.
Listen, I like a little bit of ego, and if there is ever a duo that deserves to be egotistical, it is this duo right here. Like you said, second, first, and first this year. I don't even know what we can compare that to, especially to how insane North America has been, not just this major, but all year long. We keep seeing how top-heavy the competition is. There's so many incredible duos. Congratulations, Peterbot and Pollo. You absolutely deserve it. Anyone that wants to discredit you is just jealous because you guys have earned this.
Once again, congratulations to the duo. Let's take a look at our standings because though we have a moment here to celebrate with them, we also got to remember we have 10 spots going to the global championships. Now, first off, obviously, 140K going to Peterbot and Pollo. Congrats. I would love to hear, just take a moment, Batman, Booga, and Rapid. Man, I don't know where these guys came from, but this day two, they've thank you, Kelly. Day number 2, they came online, and they said, look, even if we can't win, we are gonna play for prize money. We're gonna play for the spots to globals. And man, Kelly, they showed up in a big way.
They really did. And you want to know where they came from? Well, they came from NA West, all right? And they are showing that they are not a region to be discredited. I mean, you could tell from the dedication from this duo right from the start. Rapid literally coming all the way down from Canada to be in zero ping in Texas with Batman Booga, being able to compete on such a level that we've known possible from them. We saw in the Global Championships last year that there was an opportunity for them. And to finally get not the win, but second place, this is the best performance we've ever seen out of them, walking away with $90,000. I am so proud of this duo. But Vivid, look at this top 10, man.
Oh, I'm going straight over to Acorn and Cold. $70,000, third place, almost clutched up the second place. This day 2 performance from this duo was absolutely absurd. And I was like, yeah, listen, I know their day 1 was not all that well. So I'm like, you know what, let me go take a peek at how many points they had after those first 6 games of day number 1. 134 points. They ended the competition with 748. 600 points were accumulated from this duo just on day number 2 to clutch up that top 3. How in the world can you ever count this duo out if they are willing to pull something like that off? Of course, winning an FNCS this year, getting 5th in major number 2, and now following up that with a 3rd place. Incredible run.
But what I noticed, though, Peter Bonpoyo, Acorn, and Cold, like you said, have already punched their ticket to the Global Championships. We're just getting the top 10 look right here. Victor V and Paper, Bryson, Bolt, Even, Booga, Duke, Sphinx, Trashy, Threats, Clicks, Veno going to be joining the top 3, as well as Muzz and Epic Whale. But who is going to be the final 2 teams that's going to be joining us into the Global Championships?
We'll get there. We'll get there. But first, I wanted to talk about Veno and Clicks, right? This duo coming together. They did not quite get the Axe of Champions, but they are going to the Global Championships. And there's still a title that could be earned there. A title above an FNCS champion, right? A global champion. Of course, there's still things I'm sure that they are thinking, hey, we need to work on just A, B, C, these little things. But I cannot wait to see how much they grow in this next month alone and see them compete on the global stage.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, for a lot of the duos that we saw actually compete on NA this season, they were newly formed duos, didn't have that much time to prepare. And when you think about it, Clicks and Veno now, like you said, have an extra, basically a month to prepare for globals and get accumulated just that much more as a duo. It could seriously be a dangerous one to look out for. But hopefully this isn't the start of a 4th place curse for Clicks.
I mean, you know, Vivid, you said at the start of day 1, was the move worth it? A lot of this dialogue from the start of Major 3 has been these European invaders coming over and taking those spots away from the Global Championships from NA. But I don't know about you, Vivid, but it looks to me like NA's on top.
Yeah, there's only one player that I can see that came over from EU in that top 10. That's going to be Veno himself, to maybe put a little bit of an extra stamp on just how impressive that 4th place was.
Well, let's take a look at the standings, right? Let's see if there's any other names here, because remember, we're looking at the top 12. Maybe there's some of these EU names that have come over. We'll find out together right now. Baka and Pars.
Wow.
I cannot believe that they have pulled this off. They secure themselves that top 12. They were fighting for so long, bouncing in 11 and falling out of the top 12, right? Back and forth, and Baka and Pars, they secure themselves that spot.
Baka, Pars, I don't know what you guys were doing, trying to scare everybody. Listen, you guys kept falling down the leaderboard. I will not lie, throughout day number 2 here. But game number 6, you picked it back up. You secured that global championship spot, and honestly, I'm super stoked to have this team kind of representing NA at global championships, because they are so good in these types of competitions.
They deserve this so much, just being right outside of that precipice of making it in, and in the final game, clutching up that last spot to go from 2 victory royales back-to-back in day number 1 to almost not making it into the global championships is absolutely wild. But when it mattered most, they were able to pull out the clutch.
That's why it's never over till it's over, right? It's never over until it's over there. Shadow and Virgo as well, 11th place. They claim a spot to the global championships. Guys, this means we have a list. We know all of the players that will be competing in the global championships.
Hey.
I don't know how to contain myself right now.
Yeah, I mean, the stage is definitely getting set. I don't even know. I need at least a week to kind of take a look at all of the teams, be like, all right, who's going to be favorites for this thing, right? We've got an entire world's worth of players to kind of digest and actually prepare for that global championship spot. And we got to say, Kelly, we were at global championships last year. The atmosphere, the vibes, the competition itself,
amazing.
Incredible.
Vivid, you say that you need a week to prepare. I need 2 weeks, a fortnight, if you will, to be able to prepare for what we are about to win. I needed to get one pun in, all right? The show's almost over. It's such a bittersweet moment that we got to witness the most competitive, the best grand finals ever, and to just see all the competitors that have made their way through, have fought through the gauntlet of the qualifiers that started over a month ago to come all the way to grand finals, to just climb up the leaderboard and claim their ticket. Every single competitor that you see right here should be praised, should be proud, because they have earned their spots.
They will fight for a coveted title. FNCS Global Champions. Cooper and Miro, the only other duo to have that title, to have that accolade of such gravitas. In a month, I mean, in September, we're going to Fort Worth, and we're going to see Fortnite featuring 6 regions. Vivid, I'm gonna pass out again. I'm gonna pass out. You catch me. I need you to catch me.
I got you, bro. I'll always catch you, Zeke. I went the wrong way right there, actually. But no, as we go ahead and wrap things up here, listen, I actually can't believe that I'm about to miss the Fortnite fam for an entire month. Like it feels so surreal that we're about to take a month break and be away, but then it's all going to come back together for the Global Championships. One heck of an FNCS Grand Finals, the most stacked one ever, not only entertainment-wise, but also accolade-wise. Thank you to everybody that competed. Congratulations to everybody that won money, placed very, very well, and qualified to the Global Championships. This was awesome. Thank you, Fortnite fam.
I mean, thank you, Vivid. Thank you, Zeke, Taco, MDF, to all the people watching, to all of the viewing parties that are going on right now. You guys are what make Fortnite amazing and incredible, and I'm so glad that we got to share in this amazing tournament with you.
Hey, they took the words right out of my mouth for me, Fortnite fam. Don't forget, in September, the Global Championships, 2 days of Fortnite action, with only one duo being able to claim this coveted title, FNCS Global Champions. Check the websites, check social media. There's still tickets. If you want to be there, we would love to see you. And I'm sure Victor V would love to high five every single one of you, but I will be the first to high five him.
No, me.
I'm gonna fight you for that. Fortnite fam, as Kelly said, without you guys, this is not possible. It is your love, your passion, your drive, your love of this game that we get to come together and just talk about Fortnite and witness the craziest finals we've ever seen. And then we're gonna go do it again in September. But now we get to add a few more regions to the mix. We're gonna miss you so much, but it's okay. We'll be back together before you know it. So, till September, as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.